And with that, we would like to call mula sa Cebu at NCR. Punta naman tayo ngayon sa Region 10. Pakinggan natin ang pagbabahagi ng Department of Social Welfare and Development Field Office 10. Ipepresent nila yung project na tinawag na Livelihood Services Empowering Women for Economic Resiliency. Let's welcome our presenter, Miss Janet Ganzan, with a virtual applause. Miss Janet, please go ahead. Ayan.
Hello po, good afternoon.
Hello, Miss Janet. Ang presentation mo ba ay English o Tagalog o marami kasi tayong anong tawag diyan? Participants o mga nakikinig at kung kaya na Tagalog at medyo mabagal.
Okay po.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ay, ma'am,
Go ahead.
sino po yung for a while po naman?
Si speaker daw ang mag-share. Yun ang sabi kanina ni Tech.
For a while po, ma'am, ha?
Sige lang. So, haba pong nag-prepare si Miss Janet, request lang na sana yung third presenter kapag siya na yung nakasalang, ready na para tayo sa oras.
Ma'am, yung may tech team po ba dito?
Meron.
Oo, yung sa Gairan po, yung sabi, sila po yung magpe-present. Yun po yung agree.
Okay. Tech team, ready na ba tayo sa presentation ng DSW Field Office 10, please?
Diyan ka. Eko daw.
Kamusta po?
I-off na lang ng isa. I-off na lang, i-leave na lang na.
Ayan. Okay. Go ahead.
Dili ka na ba igawas ang laptop?
Okay na, Miss Janet. Ayan na.
Ibirala ko lang. Okay na po.
Okay, ayan na. Nakikita ko na.
So good afternoon to each and everyone. I am Maisel D. Handayan, Manpower Development Officer 1, and I will be presenting in behalf of Ms. Janet Bigansan and the best practice of the SWD Field Office 10 entitled Livelihood Services Empowering Women for Economic Resiliency. Next slide, please. Okay. So what are the gender issues or the problems, the gaps that we need to address? First, it's discrimination, economic dependency, low self-esteem, lack of employable skills, inequality, and domestic violence. Next slide, please. For the proponent, it is the Regional Haven for Women. It is a government residential care facility situated in Alae, Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon. It caters abused and vulnerable women for temporary shelter and provision of different programs and services for healing and recovery. Next slide, please. So our goal is to enable these women to resolve their problem and to be able to restore their normal functioning, regaining self-worth and dignity through the provision of protective and rehabilitative services. For our funding partners, we at Regional Haven for Women are blessed to have partners in the implementation of this program who shares the same goal in empowering the hands of these women. For our funding partners, we have the Community Improvement Division of Cagayan de Oro Local Government Unit. We have TESDA Regional Office 10, Cagayan de Oro Bugo School of Arts and Trades, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Alternative Learning System, Public Employment Service Office or PESO, Department of Agriculture, Regional Office 10, Department of Trade and Industry, Bukidnon, World Vision Incorporated, Asian Business Cable Tow Cooperative Academy, ABCA, and Informatics Computer Institute. So these are our forged memorandum of understanding between our partners like World Vision and Informatics. Next slide, please. So who are our beneficiaries? They are the victims, survivors of domestic violence admitted at Regional Haven for Women. So for the results, in the implementation of livelihood services, these women are encouraged and motivated to actively involve themselves in the conduct of skills training in order to develop and hone their skills in preparation for their family reintegration. The knowledge, the skills, and the attitude acquired during training sessions would ensure that they will be able to establish concrete business plans upon discharge. So another result in the implementation of livelihood services are restored dignity, self-worth, and confidence, empowered women by being self-reliant, advocates for women's rights, increased quality of life and well-being, improved interpersonal communication skills, and improved camaraderie among peers. So for the implementation details of livelihood services at Regional Haven for Women, so we follow the 6 steps. The first step is the conduct of training needs assessment to the victim survivors admitted at Regional Haven for Women. This is the time wherein the clients the women victim survivors are going to list down and identify their preferred skills training during their stay at the center. The next step would be the preparation of individual skills development training plan basing on the result of the training needs assessment conducted. And then the next step would be the conduct of skills training. This is the time wherein the victim survivors are encouraged and motivated to actively participate during the conduct of skills training sessions. The next step would be the preparation of individual productivity service report duly submitted to their handling social workers on a monthly basis. This would include their behavioral observations noted during the conduct of skills training. And then the next step would be the conduct of training impact evaluation. And then the last step would be the conduct of pre-discharge consultation. This is the time wherein the Manpower Development Officer and the client would discuss their initial business plans before we reintegrate them back to their communities. Next slide, please. So for the process of TNA down to the conduct of training, the conduct of training needs assessment is conducted individually, and then we're going to consolidate it and tally the results, and then we're going to make the training needs analysis. This is going to be our basis for the scheduled skills training to be conducted the following year. And then after that, we're going to prepare project proposals, purchase requests, and purchase orders. After that, we're going to prepare communications to our partners to link, to collaborate with them in the conduct of the skills training for our victim survivors admitted at the center. And then the next step, we're going to conduct pre-training orientation to the victim survivors. We're going to orient them, everything about the training, the rules, the possible benefits, and then we're going to conduct the skills training. Next slide, please. So these are our programs and projects at Regional Haven for Women. We have just the sheltered trainings, outsourced trainings, leadership and basic management skills development, and job preparation. For our sheltered trainings, we do have the rugs making, the slipper making, ice cream and peanut butter making, backyard gardening, sewing, meat processing, and baking. For our outsourced trainings, we do have the breads and pastry production, food processing, caregiving, housekeeping, beauty care, nail care services, massage and reflexology, computer system servicing. For the leadership and basic management skills development, we ensure that the victim survivors would also avail financial literacy sessions, entrepreneurial development sessions, basic bookkeeping sessions, product costing, labeling, and packaging. And to prepare them for future job placement, job employment, we also ensure that we provide the victim survivors with career guidance, career counseling, career coaching rather, and job counseling. Next slide, please. So for the challenges we encountered, we do have limited resources, unavailability of training tools, materials, and equipment, lack of pool of trainers, and lack of training space for the conduct of skills training. So how did we overcome these challenges? First, tapping of resources. We explored training partnerships to ensure continuous and unhampered conduct of skills training to the victim survivors. We prepared and facilitated approval of project proposals. We utilized the limited budget allocation to purchase training tools, materials, and needed equipment for the conduct of the skills training. Training referral. We coordinated and collaborated with our training partners' pool of trainers. And we ensured that there will be a specific area primarily for the conduct of skills training at the new Regional Haven for Women building. And then lastly, we availed the facility of the training partners. For the facilitating factors, we do have the strong coordination with the rehabilitation team members, the trainers, the training venue, the tools, materials, equipment, ingredients from the different stakeholders are availed by the center. Training partners, referral to their pool of trainers, and client, victim survivors, enthusiasm, and active participation during the conduct of skills training, and the support and technical assistance from the SWD top management. So these are our conducted livelihood skills training at Regional Haven for Women since 2017. We have rugs making in partnership with Cagayan de Oro Community Improvement Division. Next slide, please. So we have t-shirt printing, beauty care, nail care services, food processing in partnership with TESDA and COBSAT, massage therapy, the ice cream making, basic sewing, foot spa and hand spa services, financial literacy in partnership with Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, cake making in partnership with TESDA. We have slipper making in partnership with ALS. Next slide. Housekeeping NC2 in partnership with Asian Business Cable Tow Cooperative Academy or ABCA. We have caregiving services in partnership with World Vision Incorporated. Next slide, please. Okay, we have breads and pastry production in partnership with COBSAT. Computer system servicing in partnership with Informatics. Next slide, please. We do have siomai making, peanut butter making, tapa, tocino, donut, cheesecake, cupcake making, cakes and breads making in partnership with Nogis Cakes and Cupcakes. Next slide, please. We do have puto cheese, pizza making, ensaymada, polvorons, hopia, and longanisa making. Next slide, please. We also have brownies, cinnamon bread, tostado cookies making. Okay, now for our success stories, we do have one victim survivor who is now currently working at Jer Borja City Hospital as nursing assistant since 2019. She's one of our caregiving NC2 graduates in partnership with World Vision. We also have another caregiver who is working another caregiver who worked at Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Another caregiving NC2 graduate in partnership with World Vision. Next slide, please. We also have a victim survivor who is now working as technical sales representative of Samsung at Bohol. She is one of our computer system servicing NC2 holder in partnership with Informatics. Two of our housekeeping NC2 graduates in partnership with ABCA is now working as housekeeping staff. Next slide, please. Another victim survivor was able to discover her interest in financial management during our financial literacy sessions, basic bookkeeping, and pursued college education, taking a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration. Another victim survivor is now working as accounts receivable representative at Trans-Pacific Office Partners. While working, she sells her baked products in order to earn additional income to sustain the needs of her family. Next slide, please. Another successful entrepreneur in her respective community sells delicious puto cheese and manages her own snack business, selling cakes, pizza, ice cream, pulveron. Next slide, please. Another successful entrepreneur is now able to purchase their own tri-cab and able to build her own house. And another successful entrepreneur is now enrolled in senior high school. She bakes cupcakes, cakes, pulveron, and sells it at their school canteen. Next slide, please. So for our insights, learned skills is equal to empowered women. Strong collaboration and coordination with stakeholders who have the resources is very important in attaining our goal to help our women victim survivors become economically independent. Outsourcing of whatever is available in the community, and teamwork and unity. Next slide, please. For sustainability, strengthen collaboration and coordination with the stakeholders and partner agencies through the forging of Memorandum of Understanding. Continuous support from the top management and the commitment of training partners to help change the lives of these women to be self-reliant. So for our recommendations, strengthen partnerships and collaboration with the local government unit, national government agencies, non-government organizations, civic organizations in the conduct of livelihood skills training to the women victim survivors admitted at Regional Haven for Women. So to end this presentation, I would share a quote from Cheryl Wooden that says, "Every investment that empowers a woman sparks a ripple effect that influences not only her life, but the lives of her family and the community too." Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Hazel. Napapawaw na lang ako dito. Kasi isa sa mga realization talaga when I also had a study on violence against women victim survivors, no? Hindi sila nakakaalis sa bahay kung hindi sila economically independent, no? So
Yes,
talagang
po.
financial independence nila would really mean a lot for them to be able to get out of abusive relationships.
Yes,
So
po.
ang mga binabato kong tanong habang anong tawag diyan, nagpe-present ka ay meron ba tayong parang organization ng mga nag-graduates na of the same ma'am, hindi mo to kailangan sagutin ngayon. Ganyan, ano lang, bato lang para later kung sakaling may similar questions, no? Na-organize ba sila, or do we have like a placement program for our graduates? And it's also good that you have this list of success stories. Nakaka-inspire kasi.
Yes,
And
po.
maybe, you know, while you're also presenting, ang isip ko how we will be able to, for example, connect or
Yes, ma'am.
collaborate with the Strong Women Network,
Yes, po.
especially that the women that you're working with are one of the most vulnerable groups of women na pag intersectionality yung pinag-uusapan. Okay, thank you very much. And I think we're doing good time. Mabilis yung ating mga presentation. And I have a note here in the chat. Dr. Celis has a recorded presentation. We'll share na lang po since wala po siya sa session ngayon. So our next presentation actually is from the National Congress of Unions in the Sugar Industry in the Philippines. Their program is called, ba't ako nag-i-English? Sabi nga pala sa akin ay managalog, sabi sa chat. Ang programa nila, tinatawag na Strengthening Women Leadership within Trade Union Movement for Decent Work. So ang presenter natin si Dr. Leda Caneliada Celis. Wala siya ngayon at meron lang silang video presentation para sa hapong ito. Ms. Crizel, please go ahead, share the video.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Leda Celis of the National Congress of Unions in the Sugar Industry of the Philippines, or NACUSIP, and I'm presenting a topic on strengthening women leadership within trade union movement for decent work. This is under the Women's Economic Empowerment sector. Decent work is the framework of my presentation, being the platform for reducing poverty, and is a mechanism for achieving equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development. Decent work is defined in the ILO, the International Labor Organization, under the 4 pillars. One is respect for fundamental rights at work, creation of employment opportunities for all, the social protection, and the social dialogue. From this slide, we have here the 1987 Constitution, which ensures protection to labor and rights of Filipino workers, both the organized and the unorganized, with full employment and equal opportunities for all. Then we have the Philippine Development Plan, the ambition natin to, 2017 to 2022, which make decent work as important as it serves a roadmap for the national stakeholder to support the employment and labor goals of the country. Following the ambition natin to is the Labor Code of the Philippines, which also present decent work as the ultimate mission of the government to achieve economic growth alongside with employment creation. And the last one here is the 2030 UN Agenda, which is focusing on the sustainable goal number 8, which promotes sustainable economic growth and full productive employment and decent work for all. The main mission of my organization is to empower the Philippine sugar workers. So I might as well give you the background of what the Philippine sugar industry is all about. The Philippine sugarcane industry contributes to about 70 billion pesos, or around $1.37 billion, with sugar as an important crop in the Philippines, second to rice. In fact, it is one of the most protected industry. It is the 8th largest sugar producer in the world, with 65,000 sugar farmers, 700,000 directly employed, and 5.6 million indirectly employed workers. The following are constraints to the sugar industry productivity as confirmed by the NEDA 2021. Okay, one is the fragmented land ownership because of the implementation of the CARP, the lack of improved cane varieties due to poor research and development, poor soil quality, inadequate irrigation, low farm mechanization, inadequate financial capital to invest in the sugar industry, labor and social conditions brought about by the seasonal nature of the industry, and labor shortages as sugar workers migrate to other cities, nearby cities, to work with other sectors like services and the manufacturing. Women workers in the sugar industry and their living and working conditions. Some of the works that women do in the field are cane top cutting in preparation for the planting of the sugar cane. The other picture is the application of fertilizers in the field. And the last picture here is the clearing of the fields after cane top has been planted for. For this particular slide, it shows the current setup of work in the hacienda. We call this a family contract based on agreed price with the employer. Members of the family helped in including the children, so the work is finished earlier. Being categorized as poorest of the poor, the houses are made of light materials, with kitchen outside of the house, and the sleeping headquarters are normally exposed to open air, although there are houses that may look decent despite being small. The source of drinking water are basically a deep well pump or jetmatic pump, while the toilets are made of concrete flat type, while others defecate in the field. What are the gender issues and gaps that have to be addressed? The 6 months off milling season left the workers without means of survival except depending on employer for support of their basic needs payable the next milling season. Husbands leave the hacienda while the wife is left behind to take care of the children, the elderly, the farm lots, backyard animals, etc. While their husbands are away, the women bear the burden of supporting the family needs until a job is found and income is sent home with their husbands. Women have to work in the farm to maintain their names in payroll as this guarantees their slot in the hacienda houses. Their availment of the social amelioration program, like the death and maternity benefits they avail, and access to some conditional and unconditional cash transfer programs and food for work program of the government. Children, on the other hand, especially female, are sent to the landlord's residence to work in exchange of the subsidies and loan availed during off-milling season. This is the root cause of child labor and bonded labor in the lack of social protection is due to the fact that because of the slack season due to tiempos muertos, the social protection program like the SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, etc. are not availed due to incomplete premium payments. The lack of access to free healthcare programs of the government like free consultations with medical personnel, prenatal, access to family planning supplies, and medicines including dental services due to absence of health facilities because of the distance of the plantation to nearby municipality. As a result, there is high population rate in the plantation, but increasing mortality rates of children under 5, increase in maternal deaths, increased deaths among elderlies for lack of medical and home care. Women in the agrarian communities, however, have a different setup, cannot be organized, the fact that they do not have bargaining power against themselves, being the owner of the lands as CARP beneficiary. They have no access to collective bargaining contracts, nor they can avail of the social protection or social dialogue schemes which only trade unions can facilitate. The lack of support from the government for technical farm management, the source of finances to take care of their farm inputs, forced these women to sell their lands back to the previous. What's the problem of mainstreaming women in trade unions? Women trade union members are busy with their farm work, family care, fending backyard animals, and farm plots that they do not have time to attend to union meetings, general assemblies, conferences, or even local leadership training. Added to these gaps are the mindset that union affairs are male-dominated affairs, and women's rights plus entitlements are secondary or forgotten, as the same are never included in the CBA proposal negotiation with the employer. Constraints to women integration and trade union activities. Provincial and national levels trade union federation offices do not have departments or staff that can handle exclusively women issues and affairs. Also, no women committees are created. Local unions lack the initiative to create policies to make women active in trade unionism. No regular monthly or annual meetings held where women union members can discuss their women-focused plans and activities. There is lack of capacity building programs like leadership, basic trade union topics, and unions' role in women empowerment. Women see tons of work as impediment to being active in union affairs, including CBA negotiations. Women cannot stand the too confrontational nature of union, which are too demanding, making them reluctant to join. Political participation of women in trade unions. The lack of transparency in the election process gives the impression to women that union is an informal men's network which deter women from running in the election. Men leaders tend to pass on the vacancy to fellow men rather than women or even before the vacancy happens. If by chance a woman is elected to a leadership post, they always complain that they are not prepared or trained as an officer, which makes them vulnerable and prone to bullying, or so much so that when surrounded with men, women are at a loss as to what to do. Strategies to empower and mainstream women in trade union organizations. I will start with presenting to you the pictures of the activities or programs done by the CP, or the Sugar Industry Foundation Incorporated, being the socio-economic arm of the sugar industry and availed by the trade union women members of the NACUSIP. So we'll start with building resilient communities, disaster risk reduction forum. Next, you have the conduct of business opportunity workshop for new partner groups for probable livelihood. Protection and prevention, hygiene kits distribution continues. The world of work, or the preparation for career by undergoing interview. This is a number 2 here is the voters education. And the last picture is the development and transformation of the agrarian reform beneficiaries as they undergo development training. For here, it's the conduct of dental mission and hygiene kit distribution, which also benefit the women in the hacienda. Then the middle is the capacity building workshops to agrarian reform beneficiaries organizations, and some scholarship opportunities to deserving beneficiaries of the workers. Also here we have the livelihood with the use of digital tools. This one is a baker's training for or the launching of the retail store for livelihood promotion. And the last one here is the skills training under new normals, which are basically online. Scholarship opportunities to deserving students or the dependents of the sugar workers. And also we have here the face-to-face leadership seminar attended by men and women members. And we have online leadership training also for trade union officers who cannot come to the area where the face-to-face training is conducted. Then we have the organizing drive and orientation of union officers. For this particular slide, we have the collective bargaining agreement and the collective bargaining contract signing by both the representatives from the workers and the employer sector. NACUSIP also participates actively in the international affiliation programs for better union programs at the local level. NACUSIP is engaged in active pro-unionism campaigns, especially with the unorganized sector, including the informal sector of the economy. Then we have the opportunity to share our insights in the UN virtual conference on decent work among rural workers. So we discussed here the working and living conditions of women and children in the sugar industry. The funding partners of NACUSIP are the ILO, then we have the UNI, we have the Department of Labor and Employment, we have the Department of Agriculture, we have the GILAF for training, we have the Sugar Industry Foundation for livelihood and economic opportunities, we have the Department of Trade and Industry, we have the NTUC, or this is our labor center, and then we have the ITUC, International Trade Union Congress, then we have the TUCP before, then we have the Province of Negros Occidental, and we have the Negros Women for Tomorrow's Foundation for training on micro. How it is supposed to address the gaps? What are the results? Policy-oriented strategies. The gender quota in trade union structure by at least 20% in all leadership and functional divisions to ensure women participation. So we have the education, organizing, CBA negotiation committees, the board of directors, grievance handling committee, representation in decision-making bodies like the tripartite. The gender component policy must be stipulated in the constitution and bylaws of both local and national trade union organizations and approved in a general assembly. We also have the creation of women's committees in both national and local trade unions organizations manned by a well-trained woman leader to take care of all the women issues and concerns in the organization. There is also budget allocation approved by the Trade Union Council. A union commitment that the president of the Women's Committee shall automatically become the vice president of the executive, or the presence of two vice presidents, for example, one man or one woman, to ensure that 50-50 representation among men and women in the decision-making bodies. And capability building strategies would start with develop leadership and trade union administration skills for the trade union leadership post, training on how to justify CBA provisions benefiting women, scholarships to vocational or four-year courses to increase level of employability of women in the event they will join or rejoin the labor market, sensitization training of husbands to allow their wives to be active in trade unions or to support their wives who are handling trade unions. Economic empowerment strategies consist of the livelihood training to augment the family income and improve living conditions, budget allocation to implement women empowerment related activities like business training, bookkeeping, proposal making, deal with the issues of child labor. Access to capital through microcredit does not only augment income but help empower women in order not to be dependent on their husbands for support. The introduction of reproductive health programs and family planning to deal with the increasing population, which is causing excessive labor supply and eventually adding to social protection strategies comes in the form of assistance to SSS and Pag-ibig claims to ensure availment of social protection and to guarantee social pensions during the retirable years. Free clinics and community feeding help solve the children malnourishment, lack of access to medicines, and medical personnel access to dental and medical services. For the unorganized women's sector, the following are the services of the union: meetings and organizing the informal sector to help them achieve legal status and in accessing programs of the government, facilitate access to resources which they cannot avail being an underground economy. Also organizing women in the agrarian communities to enhance their entrepreneurial skills, facilitate mutual aid funds in cases of emergencies, facilitate self-employed status in the SSS, PhilHealth, and the Pag-ibig memberships. What are the strategies specific to the rural women in the sugar industry to address poverty situation and the lack of social protection? Firstly, the union focuses on the rural women empowerment because of the nature of work, which is 6 months milling and 6 months off milling season. The focus of the project is on enterprising women by providing their seed capital and engage in micro-business to augment income derived from salaries as farm worker. There's also access funds from the local government units for seed capital funding. Values formation, like updated loan repayment, valuing of family, especially health and education, productivity, graduation from poverty, responsibility to obligations, training on gender equality, gender sensitivity, leadership, entrepreneurship, marketing strategies, project proposal, and CBA gender benefits inclusions. Linkages with the government agencies, the NGOs, for fund sourcing, family planning supplies, and other corroborative projects, etc. Reproductive health programs like access to family planning supplies, referral for family planning methods, adolescent reproductive health, maternal and child care programs, VAUC or the Violence Against Women and Children training at the area, enrollment to various LGU programs for community-based projects like Food for Work program, community feeding, free clinics, and then trade shows. So what are the results? Help facilitate needs of families during the off-milling season through livelihood skills training, sourcing of initial capital, establishing business, training on business management to augment the meager income derived from being a farm worker. Another is to reiterate the mainstreaming of women in trade union activities to develop their potentials in leading the union, their communities, and their households through capability building and the formation of women's committees. What are the challenges encountered? What initiatives work and what have not? The success stories and failures of some initiatives by the trade unions. On leadership training and associated activities, this have not redound to improve leadership skills and continued inactive of women in trade union activities. Family planning programs, the population still continue to increase. With occupational safety and health, workers do not mind the hazards of not wearing the protective equipment. Microfinance initiatives, the lax initiative to settle obligation without being pressured by the project officers. Those residing in the rural area are used to dole out services of the government. Challenges encountered. Livelihood skills training. Skills are set aside and not used to earn extra income. Capability building efforts were not realized into something that will equip sugar workers to deal with their dependency problem with the landlords. Growth and empowerment strategies of the trade union failed to be inclusive. This was not translated into something that helped them get out of poverty, resume leadership posts, nor showed signs of empowerment. There was no progress to becoming self-reliant, being still dependent on the employer for support. The lack of focal person in the local union and federation based to focus on the needs of women and members due to lack of special funds to finance women's concerned and related activities. What other success stories were generated? The program eliminated the representation gap unions by providing more comparable data on women's participation and representation in trade unions at all levels. Put in place measures such as clear rules on gender representation, gender audits, mentoring programs, and all forms of support for women to take up leadership positions. Set target backup by a timetable, monitoring procedures, and evaluation mechanisms, including requirements to make annual progress report to the General Secretary and the Board. What other success stories were generated showed commitment to gender equality by ensuring for a balanced representation of women in the policy and decision-making and translate the integration into real change in the organization. Women leaders showed confidence that they become independent-minded after being exposed to training. Involve women in strategic planning and ensure one area is for women participation in trade union activities. The presence of reserved seats for women. In few unions, the presence of gender equality. Introduce rule changes and union commitment to put policies and procedures in place to increase the representation of women on the executive committee. Men recognition of women members in trade unions, the presence of reserved seats for women, presence of gender equality officers in the union, establishment of quotas, reserved positions, and directives to favor gender equilibrium and reaching gender parity not only in elected posts but among the hired employees of the union. How can the initiative and all the results be sustained? The recognition of women's role, either at work, in trade unions, in the communities, and the household must be deeply rooted in the society, in organizations, and needs the support of everyone. Challenge the social norms and socio-economic constraints that hold women back, including issues related to discrimination, education, unpaid care work, and work-family life balance. Technology training to women as it will unleash the potential of women. Need a robust gender policy to ensure gender equality. And then the last, race activities to ensure women take leadership posts. Encourage more women to attend the meetings of the union by choosing a gender-friendly, venue, and atmosphere, as well as the time for meetings, shall not prejudice the role of women in their respective households. The trade union can adopt a policy for the 50-50 gender balance on other committee structures in the union and on delegations to seminars and congress, as well as attendance to meetings. In conclusion, the growth of the country must be inclusive, reflecting social and economic development in agriculture vis-a-vis the vulnerable groups in the same sector. Assessing their situation, one can conclude that farm workers are the poorest of the poor segment of the society. Institutionalization of gender recognition, focusing on gender quota and gender balance, plays a crucial role in recognizing voice of women in the organization. The capacity building for women members to embark their awareness, formation of a women's committee for newly organized local chapter, translate these learnings into something tangible in the union, were proven to have empowered women in the trade union. A woman leader cannot excel in her field, especially in the trade union organizations, without the necessary backup in her skills. These are true with theoretical and practical skills alike. Recommendations. The women need to be informed of their rights as members, various roles and positions in which they can contribute their skills and perspectives in the organizations, including grievance handling and shop steward system. To strengthen the position of women in the union, the gender concerns must be discussed at the union meetings, and women negotiators must be assisted to adequately raise gender concerns in the negotiating table. The union should organize surveys, open dialogue sessions, women-only meetings to allow women members to raise their concerns without hesitation, and compile evidences to support gender provisions in the CBA proposal. Most importantly, the increased female participation in the labor market is high when the time cost for unpaid care work is reduced or shared equally with men or made compatible with work, especially in trade union membership. Lastly, the knowledge products and IEC materials must ensure that women roles and obligations in the organization are well understood. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa recorded presentation na yan. At actually, pag nagpre-present po kayo ay inoorasan ko. Lumagpas po ng 20 minutes yung presentation. 26 minutes ang nakikita ko dito sa aking... So anyway, marami siyang sinabi, no? Actually, at one point, medyo ang dami-dami na, gulong-gulo na yung yung gusto ko siya kasing kabit-kabitin sa utak ko. Pero ang importante habang nagsasalita siya, parang lahat ng ginagawa natin sa akin, kahit isang buhay lang yung magbago, ayos na tayo, no? So mula sa Asukalan ng anong region ba to? May nagtaas ng kamay. Ma'am Susanita Tesorna, pwedeng mamaya na tayo mag-question. Kung meron man, paki-type na lang sa ating chat box para mabasa natin, no? So mula sa Asukalan, punta tayo sa Cordillera. Pakinggan natin ang presentation ng Mountain Province State Polytechnic College. Ang title ng kanilang presentation or ng kanilang project ay Promoting Women's Economic Empowerment in Mountain Province. So i-welcome natin si Miss Dixie Caranto na presenter para rito. Go ahead, Miss Dixie.
Thank you po, ma'am. Makikita po ba yung screen?
Kita na.
Okay po. So, good afternoon po, everyone. I am Dixie L. Caranto po, the Gender and Development Focal Person of Mountain Province State Polytechnic College. And the title of our program is Promoting Women's Economic Empowerment in Mountain Province. So for a short background po of our program, it would not have been possible without the strong support of our college administration and our extension unit, because we believe that when women are empowered economically, they invest in their families and communities, spurring economic growth and creating more stable societies. So it was proven that the past decades have shown the efficacy of endeavors fighting for gender equality around the world, but there is still room for improvement for Asia and the Pacific. Thus, women still face persistent obstacles and constraints limiting their economic participation in the community. So ang main challenge po dito sa Mountain Province for almost all women is the lack of income opportunities, especially adverse this COVID-19 pandemic. So moreover, they tend to spend around 2.5 times more time on unpaid care and domestic work than men. And the amount of time devoted to unpaid care work is negatively correlated with female labor force participation. So ang objectives po ng ating programs, again, we believe here in Mountain Province State Polytechnic College that investing in women's economic empowerment sets a direct path towards gender equality, poverty eradication, inclusive economic growth, and enhancing society through their enormous contribution to the economy as entrepreneurs and as active agents of change. So, ang main objectives po natin is to uplift the social and economic status of women in Mountain Province and encourage other local government units and non-government organizations to come up with more programs to improve the lives of women here in Mountain Province.
Miss Dixie,
Yes, ma'am.
ano lang ako, meron kasing request mula sa ating mga participants.
Yes, ma'am.
Kung kaya, Tagalog na lang kasi pansin mo nananagalog ako, no? Kasi
Sige po.
mas naiintindihan tayo, 'di ba?
Sige po, ma'am. Sige.
Tagalog.
Okay lang na Taglish, ma'am.
Oo naman, palagay ko
Oo.
naman.
Sige po.
Hirap kapag dire-diretsong English no?
Sige po.
Salamat.
No, thank you, ma'am. Sige po. So, ito po ang ating partners or ang ating mga beneficiaries. Ang proponent po is ang unit namin headed by ako po as the Gender and Development Focal Person. And it was conducted po from February to June of this year, 2022. So ito po ang ating very supportive and active partners. We have the Provincial Government of Mountain Province. We have the Sangguniang Kabataan, especially po ang Sangguniang Kabataan ng Barangay Bontoc, Ili, and Samuki. We also have the Provincial Council on Violence Against Women and Children. Ito po ay isang committee created by the Provincial Government of Mountain Province din. And of course, we have the Good Food Community based at Manila po. So ang ating beneficiaries under this program, we have the Young Mothers of Samuki and the all-female farmers of Monamon, Bauco. So our accomplishments po under this program, ito po ang ating unang accomplishment, entitled Empowering Young Mothers of Samuki Through a Livelihood Training on Lemon Juice Concentrate and Marmalade Production. And it was conducted po on February 17 to 18, 2022. So ang main objective po natin dito sa activity na to is to provide an income generating opportunity to our young mothers at Barangay Samuki, since nakita natin ang effect ng COVID-19. Na halos nawalan po ng income opportunities ang ating mga marginalized sectors. So ang main speaker na in-invite po namin dito sa activity namin is Ms. Sofia K. Kilongan. Isa po siyang businesswoman and entrepreneur galing sa Gada. Siya po ang nagmamay-ari ng Gabay Wines and Fruit Preserves. Ang objective din po niya is to aspire other women to become successful kahit po sa mga simpleng paraan lamang. So ang ginamit po nila dito lahat is mano-mano. Di po sila gumamit ng kahit anong machines. This is for them to be able to practice it on their own pagkatapos ng training na ito. And as a good result po ng activity na ito, ang participants po natin ay in-encourage natin na gumawa ng kanilang sariling organization. We encourage them to have it registered at the Department of Trade and Industry para pag may mga opportunities or mga benefits na pwede nilang i-avail, under our government is pwede nilang i-avail kasi registered ang kanilang organization. So as a bonus, hindi lang po lemon juice and lemon marmalade ang nagawa ng ating mga participants, tinuruan din sila ng ating lecturer na gumawa ng blueberry jam. And our second activity under this program, this is actually yung second part ng first program natin. After we encourage the participants to create their organization, of course, they need to be guided on the proper business skills, entrepreneurial skills na kailangan nila sa kanilang pag-negosyo. So here in our second activity, we invited representatives from the Department of Trade and Industry na tinuruan sila kung paano gumawa ng kanilang brands, logos, and also their marketing strategies and business plan. So, dalawa po yung speaker na in-invite natin from the Department of Trade and Industry. We have Mr. Janus Cooper Piluden and we have Miss Apil. And additionally po, yung Sangguniang Kabataan Chairperson nila, Honorable Anton Zaren Kinasungan, also guided the participants on the proper ways to have their organization para po clear yung organizational structure nila. So ginay po sila ng ating SK chairperson, which is Honorable Nasungan. And in addition po, we also invited dalawang faculty natin from our School of Advanced Education, Dr. Elvin P. Rosario, to guide them on their business plans. And we also have Dr. Lichalin M. Nasungan, who discussed the importance of nutritional product information, particularly on lemon, to guide the participants on the nutritional facts they plan to include in their marketing and packaging later on. And additionally, nag-invite din kami ng isang freelance bookkeeper who lectured on tax compliance. So our participants will be enlightened on the requirements and procedures they need to comply in accordance to the law. And thankfully po, lahat ng ating mga speakers offered their free assistance to our participants after the training if ever they need further assistance. Then we have our third activity under the program po entitled Women's Economic Empowerment for Agricultural Value Chains. So this is in partnership po with the Good Food Community Manila from May to June 2022. So nung May po, we conducted series of planning and consultations with Ms. Mavi David, the representative of Good Food Community, to carefully craft a module that will be used in the workshop na gagamitin sa ating beneficiaries or participants. So yung formal workshop po was conducted on June 24, 2022 at Monamon, Bauco. And isang araw lang po yung workshop pero marami na po silang nagawa. So for the first workshop that they conducted was they were able to create their own SWOT analysis. First time po nilang gumawa, and they actively participated and were able to create their own SWOT analysis. And then they had an on-the-spot identification of concerns, problems, and issues na hinaharap nila sa kanilang mga business transactions. So through this po, na-voice out nila yung mga kailangan nila, yung mga assistance na kailangan pa nila. And we were able to communicate it po sa ating mga partners, and they happily said na gagawa nila ng paraan to assist our farmers para mas mag-boom pa yung mga business transactions nila. And for the third workshop, dito po sila naging mas active. It was called the Gender Patterns of Work and Time Use. So dito po, they had the opportunity to write how much time they spend sa farm, how much time they spend sa kanilang bahay, or yung tinatawag nating na unpaid care work or unpaid job, and then yung rest time nila. So as a result of this workshop, it was found out that most of them spend 8 hours for their paid jobs or sa farm, 6 hours for their unpaid jobs or sa kanilang mga bahay, and 10 hours for the rest. So this means that these women are actively working 14 hours a day regardless of their ages. So nakikita po natin sa picture na halos lahat sila are already senior citizens, but they are still actively working regardless of their age, for them to provide their financial needs of their respective families, including the care and attention that they need. And for the last workshop po dito sa activity na ito, they were able to develop their business, strategic business direction. So after ng activity po, we had a small interview with our farmers, and according to them, with all the challenges that they are facing, they still live with their value proposition, which is to provide sufficient foods that are safe, clean, and healthy to every Filipino citizen using natural farming anchored on the preservation, sustainability, efficiency, and productivity of natural resources here in the Cordillera. So some of the challenges po that we have encountered are, first, the movement restrictions due to the COVID-19 protocols. Of course, kahit na medyo nag-loosen na po, we have to move from one place to another because gaya po ng ating mga participants na nasa Bauco, we have to travel from Bontoc to Bauco. Then we have the weak mobile signals in some of our target areas, gaya na lang po sa Bauco. Because of their weak mobile signals po, medyo nahihirapan tayong makipag-communicate sa ating mga participants or ating mga beneficiaries. And for our success stories generated, as mentioned earlier po, as a result of the livelihood training, the young mothers of Samuki was able to create their own organization, which they call the Ikidlaa Mamadkits organization. So ito po ay term namin dito sa Cordillera, and they were able to register their organization to the Department of Trade and Industry, and were able to sell 2 batches of their products already, and they received good or positive feedbacks from their customers. Another po, yung all farmers natin, ang tawag po sa organization nila is the Chico River Organic Producers Organization, or in short, PROPO. They were able to create their business direction, which helped their partners identify the right assistance needed in order to improve their business transactions and address their financial needs. Gaya na lang po ng pag-provide ng loan opportunity dito sa ating all-female farmers. Furthermore, our partner, the Good Food Community and its funding agencies, pledged to continuously collaborate with our unit for more programs and activities to continuously help in the improvement of the economic status of these women. Actually po, nag-commit na sila this November to December for another project to, of course, help again these women. And for us to sustain the positive results of the program, we will continuously monitor our beneficiaries or our participants. We also plan to expand to other municipalities and barangays, particularly in areas that have marginalized groups. We also plan to collaborate with other potential partners who are also advocating for women empowerment in Mountain Province, and conduct further research studies to support other future potential projects. And for our recommendations and conclusions, since most sa ating mga participants have limited knowledge on the rights as women, we will be conducting additional sessions on gender division and labor for the participants and other future beneficiaries, which will be included in our 2023 Gender and Development Plan to address this issue. And we will also provide greater access to information and technology, which can stimulate changes in social norms and attitudes towards women's roles in society, potentially improving access to education and community involvement. And moreover, we will advocate this program more in hopes na makaka-inspire pa kami ng other institutions and organizations to create and implement more programs and projects to uplift the economic status of women in Mountain Province and even in the entire country. So yun lamang po. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Miss Dixie.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So makikita natin ano, ito galing naman sa gobyerno yung ating presenter.
Yes
At
po.
malamang gamit nila yung budget nila, no?
Yes,
Yung
ma'am.
yes, yung
Yes
budget
po.
para para dito sa kanilang programa. At makikita natin na kapag ka meron tayong mga women's economic empowerment na mga programa o activity, maganda na talagang meron tayong tinatawag na conscientization, no? Nakalink talaga siya para hindi lang yung paano ba kumita ng pera. Pero ang tanong ay palaging kung kakabit natin siya sa gender and development, paano ba na ang hindi pagkakapantay-pantay na posisyon ng kababaihan at kalalakihan sa ating lipunan ay mabago, no? So mamaya pa pag-usapan natin 'yan.
Yes po.
Pero ngayon time na, no? Oras na para tawagin natin si Miss Ana Katrina Aspuria na galing sa Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation para ibahagi sa atin ang kanilang programa na Weaving Hope in Marawi. So tayo, no, mula tayong Cordillera, punta tayo ngayon sa Mindanao, mula Northern Luzon papuntang Southern Philippines. So Miss Ana Katrina Aspuria, go ahead please. Video daw. Okay. So, pwede na nating i-play yung video. Habang naghihintay tayo,
Towards
ayan.
the end of our program today,
Sige, go ahead. Please play it. Thank you.
makasagot din po ako. I'll try my best po. Ayun po. And syempre po maraming salamat din po sa organizers at napasama po kami sa lineup po today para ma-share din po yung aming story naman on Weaving Hope in Marawi. Okay po, so I'll start. Siguro po indulge me lang po for a few minutes of my presentation to also introduce, no, sino nga po ba si PDRF? Baka po yung iba hindi pa rin po familiar or ngayon lang po kami narinig. We are the country's primary coordinator, no, for disaster management, lalong-lalo na po sa private sector. So kami po yung diretso ng kumo-coordinate sa government para po sa private sector efforts, no, every time may sakuna. And kami na rin po yung tumutulong para i-organize sila, no, kung saan po ba dapat pumunta ang kumpanyang to, kumpanyang isa pa, ganyan, para hindi po tayo magkaroon ng tinatawag nilang duplication of efforts. So, ito po ay brief history lang po that we started in 2009 nung Typhoon Ondoy po. Doon po namin nakita nung una yung collective approach, no, or whole of society approach when it comes to disaster management. We registered in 2010, no, as Philippine Disaster Recovery Foundation. Dahil usually po, no, pumapasok lang po yung private sector pag recovery phase na po, no. But noong 2013 po, no, Typhoon Haiyan, one of the strongest typhoons that ever made landfall sa buong mundo, doon po namin nakita na in all aspects for disaster management, pwedeng makatulong yung private sector. Kaya po noong 2015, doon na po formally napalitan yung pangalan ng organization from Recovery to Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. And in 2018 po, ito po yung one of our biggest milestones naman is having our own emergency operation center. So dito na po namin natatrack lahat ng disaster. Dito na rin po namin minamount lahat ng response efforts namin na nagiging gabay din po namin para sa mga recovery projects naman namin. Yan po. Ito naman din po, quick lang, no, yung aming chairman. So, si Mr. Manuel V. Pangilinan of Smart PLDT, si Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle, and from Ayala Corp naman po, si Mr. Jaime Augusto Zobel de Ayala. So, makita po natin, no, na we are a neutral ground when it comes to conducting response and recovery efforts. And our leaders naman po, since active din po sila sa mga forum na ganito, baka rin po nakasabay niyo na rin po sila. Si Sir Butch or Rene Meili, si Sir Bill or si Mr. Guillermo Luz, and si Miss Veronica Gabaldon po ang aming leaders naman po sa aming opisina. So dito po, pinapakita lang po namin kung saan na po yung footprint ni PDRF. So meron po kami yung preparedness or preparation to disasters, response kung saan na po may naging sakuna at saan po nagresponde ang mga private sector companies, ang PDRF, and also our work for recovery naman po. So meron po kami mula Batanes hanggang dulo ng Zamboanga. Hopefully, wala naman pong major disasters pa po na kakailanganin kaming umabot ng Holo o yung area na po na yun. And to add din po, meron din po kaming part din po kami nitong Connecting Business Initiative, or ito po ay isang global network naman in the Asia Pacific. So dito naman po namin na-share lahat ng best practices natin sa Pilipinas para ma-replicate din nila or maging inspiration din ng ibang private sector networks across the globe para magaya din nila or maging gabay nila na pwede palang yung private sector is maging mas aware sila sa development work and magkaroon din ng mindset na pwede rin silang gumawa ng programa na more long-term, more sustainable aside from just providing response after disasters. Ayan po, ito po yung operation center namin, yung kanina pong nabanggit ko where we do the response, coordination, CapDev, and mga simulation exercises po. Ito po yung itsura niya, para po siyang yung sa Office of Civil Defense. Pero yung amin po, we're focused on the assets of the private sector, providing them information also to protect their employees and the families of their employees. And also, we coordinate din po with the government para nga po yung sinasabi ko kanina, wala pong duplication of effort. And also, to augment din yung needs naman nila. Ito po ay ang aming guide lang po kung sino mga katrabaho namin or what we call the cluster approach. Ito po ay isang example, nung Typhoon Odette. So, dito po makikita natin si Manila Water, si AirAsia, si Smart, si Meralco, tulong-tulong po. Wala pong bias, Kung saan po yung kailangan ng tulong, doon po talaga lahat. Ito po yung example, of how the private sector works, collectively, kung hindi naman po limited din yung pwede nilang pagtulong, pinupool po namin yun para mas marami rin po tayong mas matulungan na individuals or communities. So again, it's a show of neutrality po when it comes to humanitarian action. Learning and development naman po, dito po yung ating mga courses or training modules, para po dun sa ating mga community members, dun po sa employees ng ating mga private sector partners, and the general public po, because these are all free. Kailangan lang po siyang i-request sa amin. Ayan. So, malapit na po tayo sa exciting part. The development programs and innovation, ito na po yung hinahandle ko na unit. So, dito naman po namin kinikater yung mga development programs such as community resilience, disaster recovery, which where we develop yung ating Weaving Hope in Marawi, research and innovation, our work with the academe also, and special projects. Ito po ay mostly our breeding ground or breeding ground po for our climate change adaptation naman na programs. Ayan. So ito lang po, quick lang po. Ito po yung mga activities under our Community Resilience Project, These are also courses that we provide to the communities naman po. And on research, ito po yung sa climate, And ito na nga po ang ating exciting part, yung aming tinatawag na Disaster Recovery Subunit. So, meron po siyang 5 pillars, Education, livelihood, environment, shelter, and WASH. So, ito rin po yung pillars na ginagamit naman ng UN. So, dito naman po, we're looking at the long term already na pangailangan ng communities affected by disasters. And we develop sustainable solutions for them with the support of the bigger private sector community. So for example, kung education po, dito po natin makita si PLDT na nagpapatayo ulit ng schools, environment, yung mga mangrove rehabilitation, shelter, yung mga nagpapatayo din po ng bahay kasabay ng NHA kasi hindi naman po lahat may cater. And wash po, we have Pepsi and Coca-Cola providing either water bottles or water tanks or water tankering to supply affected communities and evacuation centers. And lastly po, no, ang ating livelihood component naman, where we try to support affected communities bounce back better forward, no, na hindi lang po kung ano yung dati nilang business or kinatatayuan yung mabalikan nila, mas ma-improve pa natin. So dito nga po tayo, no, sa Weaving Hope in Marawi. Ito po yung talagang program na aming isinumite for this discussion, no. This is supported by the following institutions, no, itong Philippine Humanitarian Coalition, US-Philippine Society, Philippine Nurses Association of America. Kami rin po sa PDRF, ECOSI Foundation, USA, DTI, Bangon Marawi, and PCCI. Sorry, ang dami. Yun po. So, ito po ay na-develop namin, no, after ng Marawi Siege, which happened in 2017. No? So, ang primary objective po talaga is just to help them recover economically. Kasi po, makikita po natin, when it comes to disaster management, lagi po napag-iiwanan ang women and children. No? Kaya po nung kami rin po ay nag-discuss naman kung ano kaya yung pinaka-appropriate na programa na pwede natin gawin, it would be a program for women. Dahil at the end of the day, sila rin po kasi yung parang sabi nga nila, ilaw ng tahanan, di ba? So gagawa rin talaga tayo ng paraan para matulungan sila aside from yung tulong na nabibigay sa mga head of families na lalaki naman, no? So dito titignan namin or tinignan namin ano ba yung mga livelihood opportunities naman na pwede nating ibigay sa head of families run by women, no? Na hindi pa nakakatanggap ng aid, na kailangan nilang mag-sustain para sa pamilya nila. So, isa sa mga nakita namin would be yung weaving kasi this is also one of the livelihood naman, prominent livelihood in Marawi. And also, marami rin talagang women ang naapektuhan ng siege. So, ito po yung ating Marawi Siege, no, which started May 23. And kahapon nga po yung 5th year anniversary nito, no, noong October 17 naman, nung nabawi na ng government yung Marawi City from the insurgent groups naman natin. So, a quick background din po, no, na ito po, no, papakita ko lang din po na nagkaroon ng signing dun po sa different organizations na already had that common agenda to support the women naman of Marawi. So, dito po may kita rin natin, no, nandito na po lahat ng partners, and ito na rin po yung naging guide namin, no, na once we do this, we really have to be all in, na pag sinimulan natin to, kailangan ma-chaperone natin itong mga women weavers na maging sustainable sila even after the project. And after that naman po, no, or alongside with that is also the orientation sa ating mga women weavers naman or head of households run by mothers or run by women. Para rin po makita rin po natin kung appropriate po ba yung intervention namin, no? Kasi iba rin po yung express needs sa actual needs. So maganda rin po na talagang lumabas na isa rin po to sa mga gusto nilang ma-retain even after the siege. Because after the siege po talaga, almost 70% of businesses, of livelihoods, talaga pong kailangan simulan muli. So, maganda po talaga na matulungan natin sila or matulungan namin sila nung time na yon at ma-chaperone namin sila ulit to being or to bouncing back to where they were and moving forward better. So, ito po yung ibang mga highlights po, no? So, nakita po namin na makita niyo po dito sa far right na ang wini-weave po nila ay usually mga 1 inch to 2 inches wide, no? Minsan po, mga 5 inches, yun na po yung pinakamalaki nilang wini-weave. And usually, ito po yung mga nakikita natin sa mga award, yung mga sinasabit po sa leeg, no? Tapos kakabitan nila nung parang decoration in the middle. Tas yun po yung primary nila or ginagawa po nila dinidikit sa mga textile or sa mga bag. So meron na rin po silang sense of product development, no? Hindi po to yung parang from scratch naman. So doon po namin nakita yung mga opportunities na since ginagawa na pala nila yon before, kailangan po namin silang bigyan ng market access para even outside Marawi, mabdala nila yung mga produkto nila. Mabalik lang po ko. Ito po ay mga Barbie dolls. Gawa rin po ng mga women weavers natin. So yan po ay weave po nila yung mga damit. And then yung mga dolls naman po ay yung usual dolls po na nabibili naman sa merkado. And then dinadamitan po nila. So isa rin po to sa mga produkto naman na na-develop na rin po nila. So isa rin po sa mga highlights namin ay yung una po kasi namin na pagpunta sa kanila, ang ginagamit po nila ay synthetic or hindi po siya, yung synthetic po na sinulid. So, sa merkado po kasi hindi masyadong mataas ang value nun. Although mas mura, hindi po siya competitive sa market. So, inintroduce po namin sa kanila yung paggamit ng cotton na mga sinulid. Ito po yun. And also, meron din po kaming dinalang textile expert to help them po, no, yung kumari color matching or yung pag-weave ng mas matibay or paano nila palalakihin yung weave nila para maging textile na siya. Or I mean yung mga per yard na po siya na tela. So ito po ay ginagawa nila or may klase po sila to every month po na kailangan nilang attendan and then minomonitor din po yung kanilang ginagawa. Tinuturuan na rin po sila ng quality assurance, no? Na ang ginawa po naming method, lahat po ng output nila, lahat po ng na-weave nila, bibilhin po namin, pero kailangan pong dumaan ng quality check. So kung maayos po ang pagkahabi, bibilhin po namin siya at the right price, no? Pag medyo loose yung mga paghahabi nila or makita natin na medyo minadali, no? Meron din pong computation kung magkano po yung magiging value niya. At doon din po namin napakita sa kanila na kung mas pulido ang trabaho nila or mas malinis ang trabaho nila, mas mataas ang value at mas binibili po yon sa labas na ng Marawi. So, naging inspirasyon din po yun sa kanila na talagang seryosohin din po yung kanilang paghahabi. So, ito po, no, nakita po natin kanina, from 1 inch or mga 2 inch or up to 5 inch na mga tela, makita po natin yung kanilang backstrap loom. Ito rin po yung traditional na loom naman. Minodify lang po namin at mas pinalaki. Ay napapractice na nila. So, dun po sa ating right hand side, makita po natin na nakagawa na rin po sila ng mga tela. So, itong mga tela naman na po ito, yan po. Tinulungan na rin po namin sila, no? In terms po of product development. Yung mas malinis po na pagkakayari. No? Makita nyo po yung meron na po silang mga laptop sleeves, meron na rin po silang mga bags, pouches, meron na rin po sila yung bags naman po incorporated with leather. Yun po yung mga pinakita namin sa kanila ng mga pwede pa nilang gawin, no? Kung mas lalakihan nila yung textile nila or kung mag-incorporate sila ng other materials. And also, to make sure po na prepared din po sila, no? For them to grow their business or for them to grow ito pong weaving project na to. Nagbigay rin po kami ng financial management training po to all of them. Para rin po alam po nila yung talagang costing ng kanilang produkto. Kasi po, minsan, pag nadaan sila sa tawad, binibigay na lang po nila at whatever cost, no? Siyempre, sa amin po, sabi namin, kung gusto po nila na talagang maglalabas sila ng produkto outside of Marawi, maganda rin po na meron na silang iisang price list sa kanila, no? Para hindi rin po sila yung malulugi dahil syempre hindi na po synthetic yung gamit nila, cotton na po yung gamit nila at mas malalaki na yung sizes. So ito pong financial management training ay ginawa naman po nila also on a monthly basis po, no, for 6 months with the help or with the support of MSU Marawi. So ito naman po, no, one of the outputs na rin po ng year-long na aming training with them is nakapasok na po sila sa Artefino. So isa po to sa mga parang expo kung saan kinikater po no, yung mga local design. So makita niyo po, lahat po to ay gawa po ng ating mga women weavers. No? Meron po tayong mga vests, may mga blazers, meron na po tayong damit. Ito po ay top. Ito naman pong nasa far right ay dress naman po siya. So, continuous po to, no, na nakapasok po sila sa mga ganitong activities with the help din po of our partners in EcoStore and EcoSea Foundation. So, just to share din po, no, it's a successful program, pero syempre we're not going to discount naman yung challenges. And syempre, yung conflict and fragility context, yun po talaga yung pinakamahirap for us, no? To access that due to cultural and also yung patriarchal approach natin for response planning. Na-mention ko rin po earlier, no? Na in all studies naman po, makita natin na pinaka napag-iwanan po talaga are women and children. Kaya it's always an extra effort to focus the efforts for them and also to explain to majority of the donors why are we focusing on women, no? Pero syempre, the more we show them successful projects and then the more we let them understand ano ba yung importance, bakit natin tinatarget ang women, ano ba ang role nila sa household, mas nabibigyan din nila ng suporta yung mga proyektong to. So, another one would be yung funding from immediate, no, yung response. Syempre, for families, kailangan muna nilang makakain bago yung long term na kunwaring economic recovery. Pero yun din po, no? Syempre, ang food supplies na ubos, kailangan po natin silang bigyan ng kapasidad naman na after all of the aid has been given, dapat kaya rin po nilang mag-stand on their own and also continue where they were, no, previously. Another one, because this is in Marawi, would be yung cultural and community perception, no? A big chunk of our intervention was really on gaining the trust of the women. Kasi po, we started from 2 women groups, and then by the end of the project, it became 5. Kasi po, syempre, marami naman po yung gustong tumulong. Pero usually po, pag ang programa ay hindi na-disenyo na end-to-end talaga, yung parang bibigyan mo sila ng sustainable approach. Minsan na nangyayari ay nabibigyan sila ng kit, tas iniiwan sila, tas hindi na rin nila alam paano yun ipagpatuloy. Yun po yung nagkakaroon ng problema. So, nung ginawa po namin yung programang TOR, na-implement na po namin siya, sinigurado po namin siya na end-to-end gagabayan namin sila hanggang kaya na nila, no? And then, syempre po, may perception din na dapat ang una ay ang mga lalaki muna dahil sila nga yung head of the family, no? So, syempre may mga ganong perception pa rin po, hindi natin yun may iwasan. And lastly, no, yung pagpili na bakit si ganito yung kailangan tulungan, bakit hindi pwedeng ako, pares kaming babae, parang ganyan. So, meron din po dapat certain context din, no, kung bakit tayo pumipili ng certain or specific sector and subsector po, no, sa ating mga beneficiaries. Pwede po kasing single mothers or at most risk, most vulnerable. Ano, yun po yung mga meron po tayong mga checklist or kung mga tinitignan din. Lastly, no, yung geographic location ng Marawi ay napakalayo from Metro Manila. And meron din po talaga yung concern, no, on safety and security. Pero these are challenges naman po, no, na with the help of our partners, no, both local, international, both private sector and non-government, civil society, academe, and the government, lahat naman po ay na-overcome po namin. Kaya nakita niyo po kanina yung mga logos napakarami dahil it really represents yung whole of society approach. So beyond the project, ano naman po ba yung hinanda namin for our beneficiaries, no? So ito po yung product swatch book na nilaunch din po namin as part of the project. Dito po lahat nakalagay, lahat ng designs na ginawa ng 5 women groups namin. Ang kagandahan po nito ay ito po sinubmit din po namin to sa LGU, sa DTI. It's a way of already documenting their culture, no? Kasi po kada hobby meron po yang kwento or meron po siyang pinanggalingang pamilya, no, yung isang disenyo. So dito po naka-swatchbook na po siya para po pag meron pa pong gustong tumulong, may kita na po nila yung prosesong nagawa na namin at i-duplicate na lang po nila para hindi po pabago-bago ng disenyo. So marami naman din pong sumunod din sa amin, no, ng mga organizations at nagpatuloy rin. Kaya maganda rin pong practice to, no, for our other programs na i-document na rin talaga siya. In terms of the beneficiaries po, at least meron na rin silang listahan, kumbaga ng products, yung costing, kasama na rin po kasi sa swatchbook, na magkano po ba ang 1 yard, ang 1 inch, no? And then po yung make niya, no? Kung gawa po siya sa cotton, gawa po ba siya sa silk, no? Kasi may iba po sa kanila nagtatry gumawa ulit sa silk because that is the practice, no, way back long time ago. And then meron pa rin po naman yung synthetic, hindi naman po namin sila nililimitahan. And then another one, no, na nagpapatuloy pa, this is just a recent screenshot. One of our partners, yung Eco Store po, still carry some of the products of the project. So ito nga po ay nung nag-start po yung pandemic, we were able, or the women weavers were able to pivot their business right away, na kung may textile sila, o baka pwede naman yung textile. Instead na coat yung gawin nila at this point, work from home naman lahat, gagawin na lang nilang mask. So, syempre, yung mask, meron din pong pouch, no? Tapos meron din pong lalagyan ng alcohol. So, nakita na rin po namin on how the women weavers became innovative, no? At ito pong project na to, ito pong mask, hindi na po kami kasama dyan. Kami na lang po ay kinokontak nila every time may project sila or may product sila. And then we continue the market linkage for them po. So ito po, before I end, no, ito lang po ay summary naman. It's just a quick 2-minute video, a summary of our project and our work with our women weavers.
In-encourage nila kami na ibalik ang aming tradisyon, na muli namin gawin ang aming kinalakhang tradisyon, ang paggagawa ng langkip, inawol at saka mga malong, kung saan kami kilala. Dahil kung walang langkit, kung walang langgam, walang mananaw.
Maraming salamat po sa tulong na binigay sa amin dahil kahit pa paano nabawasan ang pahihirap namin sa binigay nila sa amin. Nagpapasalamat na lang kami sa kanila dahil kahit pa paano parang nasagip na kami.
maraming salamat po. Yan na po yung last part ng aking presentation. Pasensya na po at napakahaba. Pero sana po nagustuhan din po. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po ulit.
Okay, maraming salamat Miss Ana Katrina sa Women Weaving Hope in Marawi. Makikita natin no na talagang marami tayong magagawa at kung saan-saan tayo pinunta, nakarating ngayong hapong ito. At gusto kong i-open na yung floor sa kung sino man yung gustong magtanong. Magtaas po tayo ng kamay at tatawagin ko kayo. At iniimbitahan ko po yung ating mga presenters to get ready in case sa kanila ibabato yung tanong. Yung una pong tanong kanina, no, kung merong bayad yung membership doon sa Women's Strong Network, wala. Tapos may tanong din kung if they cater, kung tumatanggap sila na maging miyembro yung mga social enterprises o mga grupo, ang sagot po ay oo. As an example, meron po silang mga miyembro na ang tawag ay Cavite Association of Producers and Entrepreneurs, Cape Women, at Maranao Weavers Cooperative. Okay. Ganyan. Pasensya na po, hindi na po tayo icebreaker o health break kasi babalik po tayo. Sa bagay may 1 oras pa 4:40 yung sabi nilang balik. Pero mas maganda na yung mga gusto mag-health break, marami naman tayo. Tuloy lang natin na ituloy lang natin itong pag-uusap na to. At yung gustong pumunta ng banyo, sige lang, di naman kami maapektuhan masyado. Ganyan. Pero bago tayo, habang hinihintay natin yung mga tanong, bigyan natin ng Yahoo Clap ang mga presenters. Ano ba yung Yahoo Clap? Ganito po yon. Yahoo! Okay? Sabay-sabay po tayo para yung mga gusto mag-icebreaker at mga inaantok na dyan, magigising tayo kapag kayong mga nerves ng ating mga kamay ay ginalaw-galaw natin. Okay. Yahoo clap para sa ating mga presenters. 1, 2, 3. Yahoo!
Yahoo!
Ayan. Actually, meron pang iba-ibang klaseng clap. Kung face-to-face tayo, gagawin natin yan. Okay. Meron pa bang ibang gustong magtanong? Kanina nakataas ng kamay si Miss Susanita at yung Vivo yung pangalan ng ano nila kanina Pero parang sila yung grupo na galing sa Bontok. Kanina Vivo yung pangalan nila. So meron ba kayong tanong? O yung mga presenters, kung meron silang gustong idagdag. Ganyan.
I just want to add, Cecilia, since marami tayong mga interesado dito sa women economic empowerment, napaka-importante po as we mentioned I saw in all our presentations, para tayo po ay mag-attend ng mga ganitong mga pagkakataon, ng mga webinars, mga conference, dahil po lalo na sa Women Strong Network, meron po kaming sinasabi din, learn, you earn. So the more knowledge you know about other communities, like ang ganda po na at least nakita ko rin po yung mga women na sumasali sa aming Women Strong Hybrid Trade Fair, nakita ko dun sa presentation ni Ana. So sila po ay sumasali sa amin and nakita ko rin po na sumasali din po sila sa mga capacity building workshops ng Women Strong Network, especially on digital marketing and for the e-commerce and fintech. So yun po, learn and earn. Yun lang po. Back to you, Ma'am Cecilia.
Yes, habang natututo tayo, kumikita tayo, the more na natututo tayo, mas gumaganda yung ating produkto, mas nagiging mahal yung ating produkto. Ganyan. At siguro yung mga katulad dito na nakakamit natin, nakakasalamuhan natin, yung mga kapwa natin kababaihan o kahit na rin yung mga kalalakihan, no, na nasa pareho nating advokasya. At yung networking na yon minsan magagamit natin eh. Good afternoon. Let's have a group picture po before we end. Siguro si Tech4, yung ating help desk, pwedeng ikaw ang mag-director ng kung paano tayo magpipicture. At again, inaanyayahan ko po ang lahat ng inyong mga
Sir Rulek, okay. Alam natin na yung ating field jeeps ay mahirap, ano? Pero meron na mga bagong policies to relax para sa mga informal sector.
Yes, ma'am. Tanong po ba yon o information? Ma'am Susanita. Ma'am, parang nawala ka. Parang nagsasalita ka pero hindi ka namin naririnig. Okay. So ang sinabi niya kanina, yung field JEPs na requirement, yung mga para sa bidding na online, sabi ni Ma'am Susanita ay nirelax na. So pinagaan para makasali sa bidding ang mga nasa informal sector. Kung tama yung pagkakuha ko sa sinabi niya. Okay. So siguro Tech4, pwedeng may we request po na mag-on po ng camera ang lahat para sa group picture at magkakaroon tayo ng dalawang pages. Okay?
Hello,
Gusto-
good afternoon po. Pwede po ba maki-on po yung mga camera nila para po sa group picture?
Ang ganda nila, kakatuwa.
Ang daming may naka-group.
Sabay-sabay lahat babalik sa ano.
Okay, nag-picture ka na, Tech4?
Hello po, hindi pa po ma'am. Meron pa pong ilang mga hindi po naka-on yung camera. Sige po,
Okay.
bibigyan ko po ng 5 seconds para po dun sa mga mag-on po. Baka po naghahanap po sila ng magandang pwesto.
Okay.
Okay po, ready na po ba ang lahat? Pwede na po.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, yung mga naka-face mask, tanggalin yung face mask nyo. Sayang
Apo
ang
yung
ngiti.
mga naka-face mask po, pwede pong pakitanggal.
Sandali lang. Huwag kayo huminga.
Sige po, we will take a photo na po. Sige po, for the page 1. Smile lang po kayo. 2 page lang naman po ito. Smile po.
51 minutes.
Next po, wait lang po sa second page. Smile po lahat. Okay, thank you so much po. Thank you po sa lahat ng speakers. And marami po kami natutunan.
Okay, thank you. Parang walang gusto magtanong. Kung ayaw ninyo magtanong, parang ako ay may tanong. Doon sa Mountain Province.
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes. Yan ba ay galing ba yung inyong effort? Galing ba yan sa CHED Memorandum Order? Dahil ba merong ganon o dahil lang sagad? Ganyan.
Ma'am, inclusive efforts po ito with our partners. Actually, ang una pong ang partner ko po na nakapag-isip ng ganito kasi it's already on our extension plan under the Gender and Development Plan, under extension po. Ang pinaka-partner ko po na nag-isip talaga ng ganitong program is yung SK Chair po ng Barangay Samuki, si Sir Anton Nasungan. Kasi po talaga ang focus namin noon lang is to help yung mga young mothers. Kaso nakita ng other potential partners namin yung positive impact and they partnered with us po to continue the project. And gusto namin ituloy-tuloy itong plan po until sa mga next na God plans po namin.
Oo. Okay, kasi saka maganda rin yan na i-partner din dun sa mga ibang stakeholders o yung
Yes
mga
po.
meron ding gumagawa ng God plan na
Yes po.
government partners, no,
Yes
sa
po.
Mountain Province, ganyan. Okay, sige na, tanong na kayo. Gusto ko rin i-acknowledge kanina, meron tayong 42 participants. At yung 42 na yun, hindi pa doon kasama yung galing sa PCW, sa yung kami. Tapos, at yung sa 42 na yun, maraming mga grupo. Katulad nung grupo ni Miss Nelly Taupo, okay? WFS San Jose, WFS Bontoc. Anong ibig sabihin ng WFS? PWLR, Agpanabat. Asan pa yung mga may groups dito? Yun, sila yung mga may grupo. ISC.
Ma'am,
Yes.
PWLR ay sa Romblon din po yun. Progressive Women's League of Romblon. Kasama din po namin, bali 3 groups po kami.
Okay. O bukas magkikita-kita ulit tayo. Wala nang tanong?
Ma'am, yung
Yes.
grupo din po ng Catmalogan City,
Yes, ma'am.
ayan po sila.
Wala ka namang camera.
Hindi, dyan, may isa pong, ano dyan, isang Myra Tambor.
Okay. Dalawa kayong Myra Tambor.
Opo.
Okay, sige.
Yung po yung nasa group, yung isang account.
Sana marami tayong natutunan, no? Kung wala nang tanong, at ayoko naman kayong i-hold. Basta, siguro kailangan lang natin bumalik mamaya na 4:40 para doon sa plenary, no? Ang title ng ating activity ay Gains and Challenges of Gender Mainstreaming. So actually, nagsisynthesize na ako. No? So parang bakit kailangan ang gender mainstreaming? English to, no? Tapos parang parehong salita, hindi natin i-translate sa Tagalog o sa Bisaya o sa Ilocano at Cordillera dialect. So pero bakit kailangan ng gender mainstreaming? Kasi kinikilala nating may hindi pagkakapantay-pantay ang mga kababaihan at kalalakihan sa ating lipunan. So, at sa hindi pagkakapantay-pantay na yan o yung tinatawag na gender inequality, babae ang dihado, no? Tayo yung karamihan naman nandito ay babae, no? So, kababaihan yung palaging nasa ibaba, no? Merong tinatawag na gender gap at yan ay nakikita dahil sa stereotyping, sinasabing tayo yung mahina, kaya nga gusto ko yung patawag na women strong, no? Tayo yung pabalit-palit ng isip, hindi tayo marunong magdesisyon ng mabilisan, ng klaro, ganyan. So stereotyping yan. Tapos tayo rin yung biktima ng marginalization or yung pagsasa-isang tabi. Kung man merong pila, palagi tayo yung nasa dulo, tayo yung nasa likod. Nauuna yung mga lalaki sa bigayan ng kung anumang mga biyaya o oportunidad. Tapos merong subordination, yung sinasabing pagsasailalim ng mga babae. At yan ay tungkol sa decision making na isa yan sa makikita natin kung bakit wala tayo sa mga organisasyon, bakit hindi tayo yung mga leaders, ganyan. Tapos nandyan ang multiple burden. Kaya nga yung mga proyekto natin, no, lalo na sa women's economic empowerment, isa yan sa mga kailangan nating tignan na baka mamaya nakakadagdag tayo sa multiple burden ng kababaihan. So habang tinutulungan natin ang mga kalalakihan in quotes, no? Kasi kanilang primary role yan sa ating lipunan. So habang palitan ko yung statement ko. Habang gumagaan ang responsibilidad ng mga lalaki sa pagkita ng pera para itaguyod yung pamilya, sana naman ay gumagaan din yung bigat na dinadala ng mga kababaihan tungkol sa gawain sa bahay, no, para hindi sila multiple burden. At yun, isa sa mga issues na pinag-usapan natin kanina ay yung violence against women or yung gender-based violence na ranas tayo ng pang-aabuso dahil sa tayo yung kababaihan, no? At yan ay lahat ng yan ay merong epekto sa ating pagkatao bilang babae na naniniwala na nga tayo na tayo ay mahina, ganyan. So lahat to ay yung mga gender issues na to malalim, malawak, masalimuot ang pinuguhugutan at pinagdadaanan. So dahil dito yung pagtugon na makikita natin na merong ang pagtugon natin sa hindi pagkakapantay-pantay ay hindi basta-basta, pangmatagalan at pinagtutulong-tulungan, hindi lang ng mga babae at lalaki, kundi ng iba-ibang mga aktor, no, sa ating lipunan, tulad ng mga nasa pamahalaan, sa gobyerno, yung mga nasa private sector, mga people's groups na kinabibilangan natin, at syempre nandyan yung mga donor na galing sa mga ibang bansa. At kumbaga kailangan talagang tuloy-tuloy, no? Talagang hindi natin yan tatantanan. At maaaring hindi natin maranasan yung dulo o yung talagang tamis ng pagkakapantay-pantay, pero hindi yan makakapigil sa atin para gawin kung ano yung kaya nating gawin. At ngayon, nakikita natin na ginagawa natin yan sa pamamagitan ng mga pangkabuhayan o yung pagpapalakas ng mga kababaihan sa sektor ng pagkita, no? Ng pagkita ng pera. Meron pa bang ayan, need lang po talaga natin ang strong advocacy at the local level. Sana ay hindi compliance ng mga local executive. So talagang tayong mga nasa ibaba, nasa ground, no? I-engage natin yung ating mga local government units at bantayan natin yung God budget, kasi hindi yan para sa mga government officials, no, kung hindi para sa ating taong bayan. So women-friendly space po. Okay, kailangan natin ng women-friendly space. Okay? Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Paki-taas nga po ng thumb kung ready na tayo. Nagtataka ako kung bakit ang nakalagay na participant sa atin 25 lang, kahapon umaabot ng 52 eh. Kaya naghihintay pa rin ako na dumami tayo. Pero siguro makapagsimula na, no, at humabol na lang yung mga late. Baka na-traffic sila. Okay. Ulitin ko yung pagbati kanina. Nag-ipon din ako ng actually tinype ko yung mga pagbati. Magandang hapon, buenas tardes, maayong hapon, naimbag nga malem kada kayo amin apo. Fantastic afternoon to everyone. At welcome po sa ating parallel session ng mainstreaming gender perspectives in women's economic empowerment sector. So nandito tayo sa WE sector. Ako po si Cecilia Fantastico, pagkalaki-laki ng mukha ko dyan. At isa po ako sa 4 na gender and development specialists ng Fora Consulting na tumulong sa Philippine Commission on Women at sa National Anti-Poverty Commission sa pagpaplano ng conference na ito. Ako po ang inyong moderator sa panel ng Women's Economic Empowerment or WE. Okay. 2 ang galing sa Philippine Commission on Women, Sectoral Coordination Division. Ang kasama natin ngayon sa ating panel, sina Miss Pamela Susara at Miss April May Mariano. Pam and April, are you there? Will you show yourselves? Ayan, ang mahirap po kasi sa ating setup, hindi ko rin sila nakikita. Okay.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Cecil. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Maayong hapon.
Ayan. So, Pam, wala si April, no?
Andyan, Ma'am.
Good afternoon po. April, hindi ka lumalabas.
Pagpakita ka, April.
Naka-video po ako.
Ayan, ngayon pa lang. Okay, salamat. Sila yung galing sa PCW, na mga magagaling, masisipag at mga walang pagod na staff ng Sectoral Coordination Division. At kasama rin natin ngayong hapon yung mga taga-NAPSI, si Miss Nelly Taupo at si Miss Myra Tambor. Nel, Myra, asan po kayo? Nakabukas na ba ang video at gusto nyo bang bumati? Ayan, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am Myra.
Yes, hello po. Maupay nga kulog from Catbalogan City. Sorry po, nag-feedback.
Oo nga eh. Siguro maraming nakabukas dyan na Zoom. Kaya nag-feedback yan. Okay, asa na si Miss Nell? Miss Nell, hindi kita nakikita Okay, siguro na traffic siya. Okay. Sige. Silang apat po, yung mga galing sa Commission on Women at sa NAPSI, si Pam, April, Nell, and Myra, ay kasapi sa steering committee ng conference na ito. So kung hindi dahil sa kanila, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng pagsasama-sama ngayong hapong ito. At dito po sa ating panel, ang tema ng ating conference ay, pasensya na po at English, yung una, giving her voice, pagbibigay ng boses. So sa pamamagitan ng leadership, pagiging pinuno, at representation and participation in decision making. Yung pangalawa pong tema, sharing the load of unpaid care and domestic work. Hindi lang pagkita ng pera, kundi shared sana yung unpaid and domestic work at protecting and empowering women in the informal economy. So alam natin na mas maraming kababaihan ang nasa informal na pagkita ng pera. And then yung pang-apat ay mechanisms advancing women's economic empowerment. So ano ba yung mga yan? Mga ano yan kumbaga sa yung mga kung ano yung nasa gobyerno na talagang nagtatrabaho para taundarin ang kababaihan sa ekonomiya. And then finally, promoting workplace gender equality. At ito karamihan sa private sector, kung saan binibigyan nila ng support systems ang mga kababaihang manggagawa. Sa ating mga submissions, wala yatang nag-submit nitong promoting workplace gender equality. So, to move on, sa sector ng nakatanggap ang organizers ng 50 entries mula sa government, private sector, civil society organizations. At 10 mahuhusay na programa o proyekto ang napiling maging bahagi ng conference na ito. 5 sa kanila ang nag-present kahapon at 5 ang magpe-present ngayong hapon mula sa mga sumusunod na organization. Ayan, makikita ninyo sa ating screen, galing sa DSWD, Aurora Province, galing sa Local Council of Women ng Odiongan, Romblon to, And then galing sa God Council ng Quezon City at galing sa UP CIFAL Philippines. Yang CIFAL ay French acronym ng Centre International de Formation d'Autorité Acteur. Actually po, ginugel ko pa yan at inano ko yung pronunciation. Pero in English, ang tawag po dyan sa CIFAL ay International Training Center for Authorities and Leaders. Siguro i-correct na lang ako mamaya ng presenter natin from CIFAL, At yung pang-5 na presenter ay manggagaling sa DSWD Field Office 8. Okay, so parang mapapansin ninyo, galing sa DSWD ay 3 kasi may isa kahapon. Kahapon napakinggan natin yung 5 presentations. Inaasahan natin ngayon na malaman kung anong mga inisyatiba ang pinagsisikapang isagawa sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa tungo sa pagsasakakayanan ng mga kababaihan sa larangan ng ekonomiya. Iba-ibang lugar na kung napansin niyo yung panggagalingan ng ating mga presenters. So bago tayo magsimula, tulad kahapon, ibigay muna natin yung guidelines para sa mga presentation. Bawat presenter ay bibigyan ng 20 minuto para magbahagi ng kanilang programa o proyekto. nakikiusap po ako na sundin natin ang time limit ng presentations. Kahapon yung dalawang sumobra, yung mga naka-record. So wala tayong magagawa doon. At sunod-sunod nating pakikinggan yung mga presenter. At pagkatapos ng pagbabahagi nila, magkakaroon tayo ng open forum or Q&A. At ngayon pa lang po, nakikiusap ako na magkaroon tayo or ihanda natin yung mga tanong. Pwedeng mag-type sa chat box. At kung maaari pong kumuha ng tanong, yung mga group leaders, may mga dito may mga participants, kunyari yung Summer Women Group, ano pa yung mga nakikita kong naka-video na may mga grupo. Yung iba hindi na naka-video. Kung maaari po na yung mga leader ng mga nanonood bilang grupo ay kumulekta na ng mga tanong ng kanilang mga kasamahan para magkaroon tayo ng masiglang balitaktakan. Inggit na inggit ako kakapon sa kanila kasi sila lang yung may balitaktakan, tayo parang hindi masyado, slight lang. Okay, nakikiusap din po ako sa mga presenters na kung maaari ay wag masyadong mabilis ang pagsasalita. Bigla ko napansin ako yung mabilis magsalita. At lalo na po kung English yung presentation ninyo, bagalan lang po natin kasi alam naman po natin na marami sa ating mga nandito sa panel ay galing sa community. Kung English po, try natin na habang sasalita tayo, itinatranslate na natin agad sa Tagalog. Mas madali naman mag-translate sa Tagalog po kaysa mag-English. So ngayon po, simulan na natin. Ang unang magbabahagi ng project nila ay ang Department of Social Welfare and Development, Provincial Extension Office, Aurora Province. Ang ipepresent nila ay ang project na pinamagatang, napakahaba, Savings Mobilization, a springboard towards sustainable development of the IP beneficiaries in GIDA. Sasabihin po niya mamaya siguro kung ano ibig sabihin ng GIDA. Good practice in the implementation of modified conditional cash transfers for IP, support service intervention in Aurora Province. Sige po, salubungin natin ng masigabong virtual applause si Ms. Josephine de la Tonga o Tonga, ang Social Welfare Officer for Provincial Link of the SWD Provincial Extension Office of Bulacan. Yay!
Ayan.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. May recorded po ako na video. Thank you.
Hindi po. Hindi po marinig. Ma'am, hindi po masyadong marinig. Naka-full na ako. Yung iba po ba naririnig? Yung ibang participants natin, naririnig po ba yung presentation?
Actually, ma'am, wala pong sound.
Okay. So, ma'am, paki-adjust.
Hello, ma'am. Nasa tech team na po yung video. I guess nasa screen po nila yung ating pag-adjust ng volume. Thank you.
Okay. Tech team. Help!
I am here to present to you
Yan.
the Savings Mobilization Project, a good practice on the implementation of Modified Conditional Cash Transfer Program in the province of Aurora. I am Ms. Josephine de la Tonga, the Social Welfare Officer for or the Provincial Link of the province from 2012 until August 2021. Okay? So focusing on the gender gaps and challenges that were addressed by the Savings Mobilization Project, we will start in the first objective, that is to overcome poverty, since this is a significant barrier to improving the level of well-being of the beneficiaries. So in this regard, allocating for family savings is an elusive dream for the MCCT beneficiaries, particularly before the MCCT implementation. Some of them lives within hand-to-mouth existence, while others have a few money left for buying other necessities. When they face a financial emergency, they commonly turn to 5-6 or lending money with usually high interest. Thus, it takes time for them to financially recover. When people live in deep poverty and lack many of life's necessities, saving money might seem like the last thing that they can do. So we wanted to rectify that kind of perspective among the MCCT beneficiaries. Then we wanted to have a response to the gender divide in financial inclusion and opportunities. Okay po? And then we also wanted our women beneficiaries to shift from their traditional roles and status as primary homemakers and informal small business owners to a financially resilient mother grantees or mother of the household. And then, savings mobilization also includes the change in the role of decision making and managing for the family's finances. So we wanted our women grantees, our mother grantees, to partake in the decision making and managing the family's finances. Okay. So the proponents of the savings mobilization, first is the workforce complement of the DSWD Provincial Extension Office of Aurora, and then the MCCT staff composed of the community facilitator and the child welfare assistant, and the municipal action teams that build on the momentum of the savings mobilization project through the CFDS. So the community family development session is a practice and an interplay of the MCCT workforce. Ano po? So they started from the social preparation up to the close monitoring of the SSI project. So after they become beneficiaries, they usually attend the community family development session that has a highly participatory nature, allowing them to learn new knowledge. Ano po? And they become oriented and taught about the concept of basic savings mobilization like accounting. Po. And then our MCCT beneficiaries are members of the indigenous communities. So they are Ilongot, Igorot, Tumagat, and Kankanaay. Okay? So, I also wanted to share with you the conceptual framework of the savings mobilization. So, we will start on the considered factors. Ano po? So, the savings mobilization has a range of factors. Ano po? Before the creation of the beneficiary savings mobilization project, we undergone several considerations. Ano po? And one of them is identifying the reasons for savings, ano po, of the MCCT beneficiaries. And then, their methods of saving. So, will they use a bank account or will they use their alcansya or any method of savings? And then, where they will utilize the profits of their savings. And then, we also address the commitment of for group shares of our MCCT beneficiaries. And then, the savings management capacities of the group members. And then, we align this in the characteristics of the group members. So, we consider the headship of the household. We consider the willingness of the MCCT beneficiaries in fulfilling the responsibilities being under a savings group. And then we also determine where they will invest their savings. So alongside that, we also uses the process of savings mobilization by using the idea na po of basic concept of accounting, kita versus gastos and savings. And then after this, the members pull their savings after receiving the support service intervention. They pull their savings together and it grows as a savings group. Okay? And then after this, they identify their project based on the main economic activities within their area, within their community. So it can be considered a viable project. Okay? And then we also uses the 3 stages of implementation. So we have pre-implementation. So we identify the MCCT beneficiaries that are eligible to receive the support service intervention or the capital assistance. And then we data gather and then we check the eligibility of the beneficiaries or the household according to our characteristics and the considerations. And then after this, we prepare the SSI project proposal and then we proceeded to the implementation stage. So along this line, we have conducted SSI orientation related to SSI project. So after this, we purchase the SSI project. It could be a carabao or it could be hogs and agricultural supplies. So then on, the opening of the bank account for savings followed. Thereafter, registration to DOLE as a group was followed. And then for the post-implementation, we have gathered home visits or interviews as a part of the monitoring of the SSI projects. And then we have facilitated the documentation of the SSI projects and then the SSI project evaluation. So, the results of the savings mobilization ano po, among our MCCT beneficiaries are as follows. First, when the MCCT beneficiaries receive their cash grants, and this is coupled with a support service intervention, the beneficiaries are able to invest in livestock production, hog raising or cattle raising, and it could be carabao raising, and then some form of agricultural supplies in sari-sari store. And then, after this, this created an ongoing source of income for our households, ano po? Meaning there is a greater profit for the family. And when we talk about profit among the family, we have developed resilient households that is transformed ano po, into a healthier children. And then when families have the resources to meet their basic needs, every family member benefits from it. The meals increase, children stay in school, they have the capacity now, and then the family dynamics improve. So in short, ano po, savings mobilization methods have taught the necessary steps to advance the lives of our MCCT beneficiaries and their children as well. Okay? And then, we also maintained or sustained the role of women as custodians of their indigenous knowledge, skills, and practices. So, we don't remove them from that kind of role. So, we wanted to sustain this role as a part of the culture of the IPs and the ICCs. Okay? And then, the savings mobilization also resulted to, number one, a critical stepping stone for women to improve their economic status. So, their entry to small cash infusions through the savings and cash transfers tied with the primary education accounting lesson from the community family development session, it makes a difference ano po, in having a knowledge in worsening poverty, especially during crisis and disasters. And we encourage them ano po, to increase their ability to manage livelihood options within the community. Okay? And then number two, satisfy basic household needs based on women's traditional roles and status as primary homemakers and informal small business owners. So we wanted our women grantees, our mother grantees to have another sphere, another world of their own, ano po, having an opportunity to engage in small business, ano po, that they can use in their everyday living. Okay? And then, with savings mobilization, our mother grantees, ano po, have scalable livelihood initiatives, ano po, and then our mother grantees have their own accounts in their own names in our partner cooperative banks. Therefore, it is an affirmative action for our beneficiaries that they have their bank account on their own name. Okay, and then our mother grantees become financially resilient as well. Okay. And the SSI and savings mobilization also allowed our father grantees, the husbands, ano po, to achieve equitable participation among the grantees. Okay? They also participated in MCCT activities as well. Okay? And then some of the pictures shown are testimonies of our SSI project savings mobilization. Okay, so I would like to share with you a beneficiary ano po, named Marisa De Vera. So SSI and the savings mobilization is not only attuned, ano po, aligned on the livelihood, but it also increases the capability of our beneficiaries to increase their capacities. Okay, so Marisa De Vera have a Kogon house. So, after engaging in a savings mobilization project, the family have an opportunity to construct their house, concretely made. Okay po. And then, we have methods that we use in the documentation of our good practice. So we have focus group discussion or the key informant interview, where we identify discussion, and then we develop questions and we develop agenda. And then we also use this interview. So we gathered insightful or anecdotal evidences. And then we also review the documents of our beneficiaries and the groups. We check their individual bank books. We review the minutes of the meetings and then their group savings as well. And we also uses the lessons learned strategy and po method in gathering the lessons learned from the challenges that were encountered by the workers, by the implementers, and the beneficiaries per se. Okay, so we have the financial requirements. So under the SSI, we have provided our beneficiaries with cash for work, and then we also provided them with additional capital amounting to 20,000 pesos. And also, the Savings Mobilization Project actually initiated leverages po with our collaborative effort with provincial government of Aurora. So we have partnered with the PGA through the Provincial Cooperative Office, and then some of the offices who provided technical assistance to our beneficiaries. And then we also partnered with some of the national government agencies such as DOLE and DTI. And then we also uses our efforts to coordinate with the financial institutions such as cooperative banks and rural banks present in the area so that our beneficiaries can access bank accounts. Okay. Meanwhile, we have also encountered challenges in the implementation of the savings mobilization. So, we considered our members' various background in payment. Ano po, it is imperative that we engage our beneficiaries in regular payment. And then another challenge is the management of time. So we all know that attending a monthly session or attending perhaps a bi-monthly session took the time of our beneficiaries. So sometimes at times our beneficiaries have difficulty in attending our CFDS, and some of them also have difficulty in attending our technical assistance. But after a while, we have rectified this po. And then some circumstances that our beneficiaries encountered were when their hogs or their carabaos died due to natural causes such as American swine, that prompted them to lose their SSI project. So these challenges are overcome and addressed through the support of the group savings. So after the members pull their savings together, it grows as a group, group savings, as an enterprise group. So they lend capital without interest. The value and spirit of camaraderie paved the way for the startup and response to the challenges. So we encouraged them to have an interdependence, the interplay of interdependence among themselves, so they can help one another during these times of crisis or challenges. Okay, so what pushed or facilitated the initiative to succeed? So first, when the savings has grown enough to be put to use, the group agrees on what kind of economic venture is best for them. So considering entrepreneurship as a viable economic path, for our MCTT beneficiaries, enable them to have a capital support. So it also advances the economic prosperity of indigenous communities and our IP families. Therefore, it minimizes the economic marginalization of women. And then, we also think of the familiarity with each other as a facilitating factor. Of course, it is imperative, it is important to have a communication among the members, being their relative or being their group member or being the member of the community. And then we also address the willingness of our grantees to break from the glass ceiling of gender roles. So we wanted to have an equal opportunity for mother and father grantees in terms of savings mobilization. Okay. So what other success stories were generated along the way? So first, the MCCT groups resolved to embark on establishing cooperatives. So that is their main goal. That is the main goal of the groups. They wanted to invest as a group, and they wanted to embark on establishing cooperatives, particularly for the groups in Demasesat and Esperanza. They have their savings amounting to 150,000 pesos, and they were encouraged to venture into cooperatives so they can grow their money in a longer term. Okay po. So after registering in Department of Labor and Employment as a group, so it is an affirmation na po, it is an affirmation for the partner agencies, for the stakeholders. And then they have received financial assistance from the provincial government and the office of the Congressman Romel T. Angara. Okay. And then these are some of the stories of change for the savings mobilization. So there goes Benigno P. Balagso from Barangay Kadayakan. So he engaged in SMAW, ano po? So he invested on that project. So it is an ongoing project until now. And then Miss Rosalinda Empizo, she invested in hog racing from Barangay Galintuha. And then, Miss Delia Atimama from Barangay Simbahan in Dinalungan, Aurora. So, she purchased her 2 cows. Ano po? And then, another one, Miss Dalia Noriel from Barangay Simbahan in Dinalungan as well. So, she has ventured into making, ano po, a boat making that she can use in their livelihood. And then these are some of the pictures from Cash for Work for the 40 beneficiaries in Barangay Kadayakan and Bayanihan in Maria Aurora. And then this one, we have provided our beneficiaries, MCCT beneficiaries, a capital seed assistance amounting to 80,000 pesos where they have invested in chicken layer production in Barangay Kadayakan. Okay, and then another milestone po of the MCCT is the De La Cruz family from Barangay Cozo in Casiguran, Aurora. So they won the DSWD FO3 Huwarang Pantawid Pamilya on 2019. So after that, they have engaged in savings mobilization where they established a sari-sari store as their additional source of income. And then the Savings Mobilization Project was actually awarded by the National Program Management Office of the SWD as one of the top 5 4Ps innovative project in the country for 2021. This was on 2021. Okay. This was a nationwide scale. And then these are some of the articles published by the PIA where our MCCT group in Barangay Aboleg was provided with financial assistance from the provincial government of Aurora. And these are some of the highlights and some of the milestone successes of our SSI project or the savings mobilization. So we have Mary Grace Casalio from De La Sag, Aurora. They invested, she and her husband actually invested in biogas. So she was the benchmark of the biogas in the SSI savings project mobilization po. And then we have Pebi Anlipor. So using the savings mobilization, she graduated in college. So that was a lifelong dreams of hers. And then we have Eden Bulusan who invested in hog racing as well. So they are these are some of the successes of the program. So some of our lessons and insights that were generated by the savings mobilization. So our MCCT mother grantees are actually acted as resource persons for skills training. Some of them are banana chips making and hog racing. And then this actually signifies the equal distribution of opportunities for indigenous men and women supported by the savings mobilization project. So it actually overcome gender barriers. Ano po? And then since we all know that gender inequality is highly correlated with our ascribed practices, ano po, the Savings Mobilization Project enabled our MCCT beneficiaries to leverage gender equality in terms of gaining control, ano po, over the social factors and making decisions that will shape their lives. Yan. Okay? So, to sustain our savings mobilization project, we need consistent monitoring of the projects of our beneficiaries. We also need technical assistance from DOLE and cooperative agencies to enhance the knowledge of our beneficiaries in light of financial management. Okay, so they already have their bank accounts and we monitor them. So this is very important. So it can be replicated and scaled up. So this is showcased by the inspiring breakthroughs and success stories that were reported a while ago. So this can be sustained ano po, through efforts po from our implementers. And then, for the recommendation and conclusion, ayan po, so I recommend to have a monitoring and evaluation to have a kamustahan with our beneficiaries, ano po, to review their project. And then, actually, our community facilitators uses the road mapping of our beneficiaries. So, during the start of the year, ano po, the community facilitator instructed the beneficiaries to report the success of their SSI project. And then towards the end of the year, they will have their program review. Ano po? So this practice allows the beneficiaries to look back and account for the growth and progress of their project and plan further plan on how they can further develop their savings into a business or an enterprise group. So therefore, we can conclude that the Savings Mobilization Project is a developmental project among our MCCT beneficiaries. Okay? So that concludes the conceptualization of the Savings Mobilization Project implemented in the province of Aurora. So the 20 minutes is not enough to explain ano po, to share with you the ongoing process and the ongoing implementation of the Savings Mobilization Project, but it is an affirmation that we are doing well, ano po, that we have impacted ano po, that we have an impact to the lives of our beneficiaries. So before I end my presentation, I would like to share with you an important quote by Miss Maya Angelou. Ayan. How important it is for us to recognize and celebrate our heroes and sheroes. So with that, I am ending my presentation and I would like to express my gratitude for allowing me to present this milestone ano po, of the Savings Mobilization, and I am grateful for the opportunity that you have given us. So thank you and padayon. I am here to present.
Salamat, Miss Josephine. Para po sa ating mga participants ngayong hapon, ire-request ko po kayo na isulat na natin ang mga tanong para kay Josephine para hindi natin makalimutan. Nakakita na po ako ng 2 tanong mula sa chat box at siguro Miss Josephine makikita mo naman ito, so later please be ready for the answer. At yung tanong ko nga, ano yung ibig natin sabihin nung sinabi mong break the glass ceiling? Hindi ko to masyadong naintindihan kapag i-apply dito sa programa ninyo. Saka meron kang meron kang result, yung parang second bullet ng result. Hindi ko siya masyadong naintindihan. So bakit hindi ko na screenshot yung presentation, pero yung second bullet ng result, yung gusto kong later paki-explain. Yun yung mahirap kasi, di ba, pag Ingles. Okay. So, punta na tayo sa susunod na presentation. So, mula sa anong probinsya ba si Miss Josephine? Pumunta naman tayo sa Romblon. Pakinggan naman natin ang Local Council of Women ng Odyongan na magbabahagi ng kanilang proyektong Capacity Development Training for Sewing. Ang kanilang kinatawan sa hapong ito ay si Miss Kay Firmalo, na kasapi ng Barangay Local Council of Women ng Budyong sa Odyongan, Romblon. So, ngayon, bigyan natin ng mainit na virtual clap si Miss Kay. Go ahead, Miss Kay. Kamusta naman po? Kaya po ba today yung presentation?
Of the Local Council of Women
Ayan. Ma'am, pakiulit lahat ng sinabi mo kasi parang naka-mute ka kanina. Go ahead po. Hello? Bakit ganon? Hindi ko marinig si Miss Kay. Miss Joy ng ating tech. Help.
Hello, ma'am.
Ayan.
Hindi po ata siya nakakonect to audio. Wait lang po Miss Kay, paki-connect to audio po. Meron pong option dyan. Kung Miss Kay.
Joy, are you able to reach?
Hello, Miss Cecilia.
Yes.
Nalaglag po ata si Miss Kay. Wala po siya dito sa room.
Oo nga eh,
Disconnect po ata
nahanap ko eh.
siya.
Akala ko, oo, okay,
Is it
sige.
okay we proceed to the next speaker muna po?
Yes, of course. That's what we'll
I'll
do.
stop share muna po Wait lang po.
Sige. Okay, so sa ngayon punta tayo muna sa Visayas. So, hindi, Visayas pala si Miss Kay, kaya siguro nalaglag, mahina ang internet. Pabalik na lang sa continuity PowerPoint natin, Joy. Okay, so paki-focus si...
Hello, ma'am. Saglit lang po, ma'am ha. Medyo mahaba po kasi yung PowerPoint ni Miss Kay. Wait lang po.
Okay. So siya na yung nakasalang at ngayon bumabalik tayo dun sa sa ating ayan. So yung susunod na ating presenter, iskipan muna natin si Miss Kay. Ayan. Okay, punta tayo sa Luzon. Balik tayo sa Luzon. Sa isa sa pinakamalaki at pinakamaunlad na lungsod sa Pilipinas, ang Quezon City, o alam natin na yan ay QC. Ang pangatlong pangalawa lang pala, mapapakinggan natin sa panel na ito ay ang programang tinatawag na Tindahan ni Ate Joy. Tindahan ni Ate Joy, na isinasagawa ng Gender and Development Council ng Quezon City. Pasalubungan natin ng masaganang pagbati si Miss Janet Oviedo. Siya ang namumuno ng Technical Working Group ng QC Gender and Development Council. Take it away, Miss Janet.
Hello, magandang hapon po. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Cecilia. Again, good afternoon to everybody. Isang mainit na pagbati po mula dito sa Quezon City Government sa pangunguna ng aming butinig Mayor Joy Belmonte. It is a privilege to share with you one of our livelihood programs here in our city, dubbed as Tindahan ni Ate Joy. I am, again, Ms. Janet Oviedo po, the Technical Working Group Head of the Quezon City Gender and Development Council Office. So,
Miss Janet?
Yes
Miss
po.
Janet?
Yes po.
Malabo yung dating mo sa akin. I'm sure malabo rin yung dating mo sa kanila. Para kang garbled. So,
Hello.
yes, para maintindihan ka kahit na medyo mahina yung internet access mo dyan sa Quezon City, pakibagalan mo ang pagsasalita.
Hello?
Ayan. Mas
malinaw
klaro
po ba?
Yes, that
Ayan.
way. Okay, go ahead.
Sira po ang aking earphones. Pasensya na po.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So, again po, mula po dito sa Quezon City, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So, para po sa panimula, let me first brief everyone about the Tindahan ni Ate Joy. It is a livelihood support program which started last 2013, and it's an ongoing program going its 10th year. So we have started nga po last 2013. Then Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte came up with an idea of providing a startup business specifically for solo parents after conducting a survey on the poverty status in Quezon City. So based po kasi sa resulta ng aming survey, at least at most po mga 87% po ng solo parents dito sa Quezon City ay nagnanais ng isang maliit na negosyo sa kanilang mga tahanan. Dahil hindi sila makapagtrabaho on a regular basis sa kadahilan ng wala pong mag-aalaga ng kanilang mga anak. And all of them wished for a sari-sari store that they can manage while doing their other chores as parents. So next slide po. Bukod sa usaping multiple burden na isa sa mga issue ng mga kababaihan, nararanasan din ang mas matinding kahirapan ng ating mga kabaro dahil sa pagtingin ng lipunan sa atin na tayo ay mahihina. This result in a harder employment for women, less opportunities for higher education, and prevalence of discrimination and sexual abuse in the workplace. Also, women's social economic status remains an issue due to cultural and structural factors that reduce and limit women's access to various resources, or so with the solo parents. Idagdag pa po natin dito yung pagiging financially dependent ng ating mga nanay sa kita ng kanilang mga asawa. So, next slide. Based on the gender issues mentioned, the tindahan ni Ate Joy is one of the ways that Quezon City has implemented to at least alleviate the burden of the solo parents and for them to be empowered in their own little ways. So patterned after the 4-piece program, the tindahan ni Ate Joy offers a home-based business for solo parents provided that they comply with the set of conditions required by the program. So for 10 years na po, doon sa 10 taon, ang programang ito po ay nagkaroon na ng mga beneficiaries, totaling 5,133 recipients. So next slide po. Ang mga beneficiaryo po ng tindahan ni Ate Joy ay nakatanggap ng 10,000 worth of sari-sari store package kung saan ay sila rin po mismo ang nagrekomenda ng mga items kung ano yung mga pwedeng ibenta at magiging mabenta pala sa kanilang mga komunidad. Next slide. However, we must stress that this is not actually a dole-out program. Like I have mentioned earlier, ang mga aplikante po ay kailangan dumaan sa mga proseso. So, katulad ng dapat po sila ay unemployed solo parents para ma-focus po talaga yung negosyo at hindi hati yung kanilang focus sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo ng kanilang mga tindahan. We require an age range na 30 years old and above. Tapos po kailangan po meron silang mga at least 2 or more children who are school aged and enrolled in public school. So bakit ganito po yung mga qualifications namin? Kasi tingin namin itong mga sektor na nanggagaling sa solo parents na may mga anak, sila talaga po yung mga mas higit na nangangailangan dito sa programang ito. So importante rin po na makumpleto nila mga requirements tulad ng mga documents ng kanilang anak, school IDs, solo parent ID, PhilHealth at barangay certificate. Meron pagdadaanan din nila yung screening and interview at basic entrepreneurship training. Napakahalaga po na dumaan sa training na ito upang sila ay may handang kaalaman sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo at maiwasang magamit lang ito for their personal consumption. At hindi po nila matatanggap ang sari-sari store package kung hindi po nila makukumpleto ang mga nabanggit na requirements at orientation. So next slide po. So through the years, the program also faced challenges, one of which is the applicants struggle to submit some documents such as birth certificates of their children and the Quezon City ID with solo parent certification. Hindi naman po kaila sa ating lahat na may gastos pa rin sa pagkuha ng birth certificates ng mga anak nila. At mayroon pa rin na iba na find out namin na hindi pa nare-rehistro yung kanilang mga anak. Kaya we are firm that they have to register their children dahil ito po rin ay para na rin sa kanilang mga anak. We also encourage them to register as a solo parent for them to also be qualified in the other programs of Quezon City for the solo parent sector. So we also have recipients na naging biktima po ng mga sunog at mga baha at nagkaroon din po ng mga struggles during the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, since Vice Mayor pa lang po yung office namin dati, we have a limited number of recipients every batch due to limited budget allocation of the program. During early years, as much as we wanted to expand the target number of recipients, we really cannot add more to it because as an office under the legislative department then, we cannot provide more budget allocation for this. So how these challenges were addressed? Of course, yung programa po natin, since parang for small enterprise siya, nagkaroon kami ng partnership with other institutions such as DTI, negosyo, and private business sector such as GCash. So nakipag-partner po kami sa kanila at mahusay naman po yung relationship namin with other institutions at nabigyan sila ng additional income for this katulad ng GCash and GoNegosyo. We have also endorsed our recipients to financial assistance for expansion. Katulad po kunyari, nabigyan na namin sila ng sari-sari store kung gusto nilang magbenta ng mga frozen goods. Ini-endorse din namin at pinoproseso po namin sila para magkaroon ng additional financial assistance. We have also provided additional support for victims of flood and fire. Yung mga recipients namin na naging biktima noon, tinulungan po namin sila ulit makabangon dun sa negosyo nila. And we have also, nag-expand po kami ng program. We included survivors of violence and abuse and wives of drug dependents undergoing treatment in community rehabilitation centers. So nakita po kasi namin na yung mga kababaihan na ganitong nasa sitwasyon na to, mas kailangan din nila ng bagong panimula at tingin namin itong sari-sari store na ito ay isang step para magkaroon sila talaga ng sariling kita and for them to be empowered na matulungan yung kanilang mga pamilya. So we also passed a Quezon City Ordinance ng Pangkabuhayan QC which will enable SMEs to expand their businesses through national financial capital. So next slide. So what pushed the program to be successful? Support from the local chief executive is one of the essential factors to begin with. Without steadfast support, programs like this will not be sustained. Determination and resourcefulness of the recipients. Kung hindi rin po dahil sa determinasyon at pagiging madiskarte ng aming mga recipients, hindi po magtatagal ang mga programang ito. Because of their proper trainings, they have imbibed the real goal of this program for all of them to be an empowered individual. Other continuous monitoring during our Tindahan ni Ate Joy Kamustahan is also a factor to sustain the program because you get to know their pressing concerns so as their recommendations on how to expand and maintain their small business. And of course, the recognition of the local government unit to the solo parent sector as part of the economic force. This is also one of the important motivation and inspiration for the program to sustain its aim to further help our women in the community. Next slide. So sa punto pong ito, nais po namin ibahagi sa inyong lahat ang naging buhay ng isa sa mga tindahan ni Ate Joy program recipients na si Ate Flora. Can we play the video?
For a while lang po, ma'am, ha? Ayaw po mag-play ng video. Saglit lang po. Hello, Miss Janet. Would you like to share po yung video? Hindi po siya nagpi-play on my end eh.
Okay, sige.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Ako si Miss Flora Leonis from Lupang Pangako, Payatas B, Quezon City. Solo parent, may isa akong anak, isa din po akong PWD at single mom. Since birth talaga, yung pinanganak ako sa nanay ko, ganito na po talaga ako. So, ang aking kilos, parang normal po, kagaya sa inyo. Kung ano man magawa nyo, magagawa ko rin po. Bakit daw ako nagpabuntis, paano ko daw palakihin at alagaan yung anak ko dahil nga sa may kapansanan ako. So tinanggap ko po yun, nilabas ko sa kabilang tainga at talagang ipinakita ko sa kanila na kakayanin ko.
Parang nakita ko na yung national law hindi ina-address yung needs ng mga mahihirap na solo parent. Yung national law kasi puro about leaves. Tungkol sa mga solo parent na nagtatrabaho sa opisina, pero paano na yung mga solo parent sa komunidad?
So mula noon, sinisikap ko ang sarili ko na tanggapin ko ang nangyayari sa buhay ko bilang single mom. Nagpasa po ako ng solo parent ID. Tinawagan po ako nila na magkaroon ng orientation or meeting para doon sa tindahan ni Ate Joy. Nandoon po ako. Nag-attend po ako. Binigyan kami ng stab para doon sa grocery worth of 10,000. Kasama na po yun yung 1 sack of rice. Then mga grocery, mga dilata. Malaking papasalamat ako sa Panginoon unang-una dahil sa kadami namin dito sa solo parent sa Barangay Payatas, isa ako na beneficiary na pili sa tindahan ni Ate Joy. 3 years na po ako nagiging beneficiary ni Ma'am Joy. Ang masabi ko lang, malaking tulong dahil kung wala yung tindahan ni Ate Joy, siguro hindi makatapos yung anak ko.
Yung tindahan ni Ate Joy ay isang programang naisip ko para sa mga solo parent. Kung saan, kung sila ay tingin namin kaya naman maging negosyante at willing sila mag-undergo ng konting training, gano'n, ay pwede silang makatanggap ng 10,000 pesos worth of goods para makapagsimula ng isang munting tindahan sa kanilang bahay. No? At ito ay para makatulong sa kanila sa pagtustos ng mga pangangailangan ng kanilang mga anak. 90% ng mga solo parents mga kababaihan. So it's a women's issue as well.
Nakita ko at naramdaman ko na si Ma'am Joy talagang handa siyang tumulong. Sana tuloy-tuloy po ang pagtulong niya sa amin.
So, pasensya na po. Medyo matagal na yung video namin. Vice Mayor pa po yung aming boss. Ngayon pinalad po na manalo bilang mayor. Dun na po tayo sa last slide ko. So again, isa lamang po si Ate Flora sa libu-libong solo parents, women entrepreneurs, kababaihang mga naging biktima ng pang-aabuso na naging benepisyaryo ng tindahan ni Ate Joy. Silang mga nabibilang sa sektor na higit na nangangailangan. Pero may taglay na kaalaman, hindi lamang sa pagnenegosyo, kundi sa pag-angat sa estado ng lipunan. Dito po sa Quezon City, sigurado na wala tayong maiiwan po dito. At kahit sa ang sektor pa nabibilang, sisikapin po namin na ang lahat ay kasama sa pag-unlad. So maraming salamat po. Yun lamang po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Miss Janet. Saludo. saludo sa Quezon City, no? Laging nangunguna yung QC sa pagtugon sa women's issues. Actually, nakatrabaho ko kayo noong nasa Commission on Women pa ako eh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yung QC GAD Council ninyo. So, even before nagkaroon ng RH law sa Pilipinas, meron ng RH, meron na ang Quezon City. Bago nagkaroon ng Safe Spaces Act ang Pilipinas, meron ng bawal bastos sa Quezon City, no?
Yes po.
Meron kayong anti-discrimination in employment, and this addresses the discrimination experienced by those belonging to the tinutugunan nito yung issue ng diskriminasyon sa mga miyembro ng SOGI, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so kitang-kita natin dun sa video na pinakita mo na yung intersectionality, yung iba-ibang mukha ng kababahihan, at ito namang si Ate Flora, lahat na sinabi.
Kinuha na niya po lahat. Ang
Oo,
issue ng babae.
pero tingnan nyo ha, kahit na ganoon, kahit na ang dami niyang disadvantage sa kanyang pagkatao, no? Pwedeng-pwede ka talagang maging empowered. Sabi nga, talagang yung kakayahan, nanggagaling yan sa'yo.
Yes,
Nakakahanap ka lang ng tulong, pero ikaw ang unang-unang tutulong sa sarili mo. Pero ma'am, yung isa kong comment dun sa una ka nagsalita, sabi mo ang mga babae kahit na hindi makatrabaho on a regular basis, ibabato ko sa iyo yung tanong, anong tawag mo sa naglalaba na mamalansya sa bahay, hindi ba yung trabaho? Okay.
Yun nga po, ang problema natin, hindi kino-consider na trabaho yon. Kasi ang tingin pa rin po sa society at sa kultura, ang trabaho ay may financial na equivalent. So, sana po hindi na ganun.
Hindi kumikita ang babae kadalasan, pero nagtatrabaho. So,
Yes,
yun
ma'am.
po, yun ang una nating babaguhin sa ating yung lengguwahe at pag-iisip.
Dapat po.
May dalawa pang question doon sa chat box na mamaya na natin sagutin. Sabi ko nga, yung program natin, dire-diretso lang na yung mga presentation, tapos doon sa bandang huli tayo mag Q&A. At natutuwa ako ngayon na meron ng mga nagbabato ng tanong sa chat box. Kahapon kasi kuripot sila sa tanong eh. So ngayon mukhang maraming tanong, at sige, mamaya natin yan sasagutin. So nakikita nyo naman, no, Miss Janet and Miss Josephine, yung mga tanong sa inyo.
Yes, ma'am, ninonote na po namin.
Sige. Ibabato ko yan, babasahin ko yan mamaya para rin marinig ng mga walang sariling gadget habang nakikilahok dito. So sa ngayon, punta naman tayo sa ito yung mahirap na ibigkasin, no? Pero sige, doon na lang tayo sa mas madaling paraan ng pagbigkas. So bigyan nating daan ang pagbabahagi ng UP Center, anong tawag dyan? UPCPAL Philippines, ng kanilang proyektong tinawag na Migration and Development with Women, Forging a Gender-Responsive Philippine Migration Governance. Mukhang medyo mabigat-bigat kasi migration. So baka English, sana hindi yan
Sikapin po namin, ma'am.
Yeah. Bigyan natin na masiglang pagbati si Miss Elora May Atos, ang Junior Project Associate ng UPCPAL Philippines, para sa kanyang pagbabahagi. Go ahead, Miss Elora.
Pwede po namin i-present live yung aming presentation today, ma'am.
Sige, please, para Tagalog. Baka English kasi yung video ninyo.
Hello ma'am, Miss Olora. Saglit lang po I'll pull up yung presentation nila.
No worries po. I
Are you
will
going
be
to
assisted by my colleague, Miss Arian
Okay,
Ernie.
I'll stop share na
Thank you very
po.
much. Sige, ayun po. So magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat po sa Philippine Commission on Women at sa National Anti-Poverty Commission sa pagtanggap sa amin ngayong araw. So ako po si Elora May Atos at ako ay magpe-present ng Migration and Development with Women, Forging a Gender-Responsive Philippine Migration Governance on behalf ng UP-CIFAL Philippines or ang International Training Center for Authorities and Leaders, isang joint program ng University of the Philippines at ng United Nations Institute for Training and Research or UNITAR. So, ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga major migrant sending countries natin sa mundo. Majority ng ating mga migrant workers or 59.6 ng ating mga OFW, so overseas Filipino workers, ay babae. Sila ay primarily engaged sa elementary occupations as well as sa service and sales, which are lower paying jobs but have higher risk factors. So in short, mababa ang kinikita nila pero mas vulnerable po sila. Ayon sa 2018 National Migration Survey, mas maraming mga babae ang nakaka-experience ng involuntary work arrangements na nagdudulot po sa forced and bonded labor than mga lalaki po na OFW. So, since the COVID-19 pandemic noong 2020, about 20% ng mga babaeng OFWs were disproportionately affected by the cost of returning home since mas madalas po napupunta ang mga babae sa lower wage brackets than men. Sa pag-enact ng Republic Act or RA 11641 at pag-establish ng Department of Migrant Workers, there is a need po to critically explore and analyze the prospects for a gender-responsive migration governance sa lahat ng stages or ng ating migration cycle. And to bolster or palakasin pa po ang gender responsiveness ng DMW as it joins the one country team approach in migration governance and aspires to become the one-stop shop for all migrant concerns. So next slide. So yung UP-CIFAL Philippines in partnership with UN Women Philippines conducted Migration and Development with Women, Forging a Gender-Responsive Philippine Migration Governance. So 3-part capacity building activity po ito na nagpapaalam ng mga challenges and opportunities habang nagpro-provide ng policy recommendations for a gender-responsive full-cycle migration process. So next slide. Next slide po. The capacity building included 3 events, which were yung isa po is developing migration for women, moving towards gender-responsive migration governance under a Philippine Department of Migrant Workers. Ito po ay isang online webinar na kinonduct last March 31, 2022. Yung susunod naman po is highlighting gender in ethical recruitment. Isa pong online forum conducted last June 7, 2022. And yung last po na project na involved dito sa ating program is the Dignified Return and Sustainable Reintegration through a Gender Lens. So isa po itong online conference conducted last July 21, 2022 naman po. So these events were conducted among national government agencies, local government units, LGUs, public employment service offices or PESOs, and academic sector, the private recruitment agencies, and non-governmental organizations. Yung susunod naman po yung objectives ng ating program. So the program aimed to identify yung mga determinants of gender-responsive migration governance para po i-explain ang challenges and opportunities in strengthening gender-responsive migration governance at of course po para makarecommend ng action points to integrate gender responsiveness in ethical recruitment to sustainable reintegration in the Philippines. So siniyasat ng programa ang mga prospects for a Philippine gender-responsive migration governance landscape sa pag-establish ng DMW. In-examine ng program ang intersections ng ethical recruitment and dignified, sustainable, and gender-responsive reintegration at ang mga interrelations nito with advancing human capital, investments, and trade for post-COVID recovery. So, ito ay nag-surface ng mga emerging opportunities para ma-strengthen ang commitment ng ating bansa sa Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs and the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration or GCM. So, in total, next slide please, the program gathered a total of 592 participants. Sa susunod po, yung DMW webinar, 282 of the total participants attended yung Developing Migration for Women webinar. So participants of this event were diverse. They came from national government agencies, yung iba po sa local government units, gender and development offices, the academe, civil society organizations, and the general public po. So in terms of gender, 63% po na ating attendees were female and 37% were male. Yung susunod naman pong event on highlighting gender in ethical recruitment forum, 137 participants naman po ang nag-gather nito. 73 of whom were female and 23% were males and 3% preferred not to say their gender. So majority po ng ating mga attendees dito were from national government agencies and the rest were from local government agencies, the private sector, NGOs, the academe, and other organizations. Sa susunod na slide, makikita po natin na sinukat din ng UP Cephal Philippines yung pagbago ng knowledge level ng ating mga participants on the topic of gender dimension on ethical recruitment. So here, yung mga participants po natin were asked to rate yung level of knowledge nila and understanding on the gender dimension in ethical recruitment before and after ng ating event. After the event, nagkaroon po ng 41.29% change in knowledge level on gender dimension of ethical recruitment ng ating mga participants. Sa susunod na event, yung conference po on dignified return and sustainable reintegration through a gender lens, nag-gather po tayo ng 173 participants. 56% of these were women, 40% po were males, and 4% preferred not to say their gender. So again, majority ng ating mga attendees were from national government agencies and the rest are from the academe, local government agencies, NGOs, the private sector, UN agencies, media, and other organizations. Nagkaroon din ng 73% change in knowledge level on dignified return and sustainable reintegration ng ating mga attendees. So sa implementation details po, the three-part capacity building program ay gumamit ng online methodologies through web-based activities conducted via Zoom meeting and Zoom webinar where participants were required to register prior to the event. Although yung project po was in partnership with UN Women through their Bridge or Bridging Recruitment to Reintegration and Migration Governance program, each activity was conducted in collaboration and with the support of selected institutions and organizations in the migration network. So makita po natin sa ating slide yung mga institutions at organizations po na nakakollaborate po natin. So ayun po, kung titingnan po natin ang slide, these are government agencies, local government agencies, academic institutions, and international and civil society organizations. So the primary challenge is addressing gender blindness in the process and practices of the migration practitioners through mainstreaming gender in the capacity building activities. So marami sa mga participants already had a preconceived notion or impression that male and female migrants have the same experiences na hindi naman po totoo. Furthermore, there has been an initial resistance sa idea ng feminism because of the misconception na feminism is only beneficial to women to the detriment of men o pinsala ng kalalakihan. With this, clarifying ng mga project implementers ang concept of feminism and gender equality in relation to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, specifically goal number 5, which is gender equality. Additionally, since the project is done online, nagkaroon ng mga technical difficulties such as lagging audio and video of presenters and unstable connections. However, para maayos at maiwasan ito, nagkaroon ng technical test runs ang mga organizers a few days prior to the event para i-test ang audio, video, and technical functions ng mga ating mga presenters as well as to address any concerns. So some participants also reported na they were unable to join the Zoom sessions, and para magkaroon pa rin sila ng access to the capacity building sessions, and also para doon sa may nais i-access and i-view yung mga insights generated from the past events. It has been practiced to stream the events live in UPC Files Facebook and YouTube pages. Next po is initiatives for success. So this project has already been successful because of the relevance of the topics and yung interest of the various stakeholders sa pagpasa ng Department of Migrant Workers Act. Also, the three-part capacity building project brought in various collaborators and experts from the migration network that share the same goal of contributing to strengthening the discourse for better and gender-inclusive migration governance with the institution, of course, of the Department of Migrant Workers. The capacity building activities in the project provided the knowledge and skills necessary to rethink migration governance through a gender lens for the post-COVID-19 world. So the capacity building activities also tackled a wide variety of 21st century migration issues, such as yung recruitment system and labor migration governance, the future of the world of work in the digital age, reintegration and gender responsiveness, reintegration of aging migrant workers, as well as upskilling, multi-skilling, and reskilling of for migrant reintegration. So, yung mga success stories natin, actually, ang pag-initiate ng conversations on gender-responsive migration governance among various government agencies, international and civil society organizations, and the academe ay isa ng malaking achievement in the advancement towards sustainable development. The Global Compact for Migration, or the GCM, specifically in achieving Objectives 6 and 21, and of course, gender mainstreaming. So among the experts invited through the program were the previous Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Attorney Sara Lu Ariola. We also had Assistant Secretary Jerome Alcantara, who was previously the Executive Director for Blas F. Ofle Policy Center and Training Institute, now the current Assistant Secretary for Land-Based Services and concurrently Chief of Staff of the Office of the Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. And the Undersecretary, we also had the Undersecretary for Policy and International Cooperation of the Department of Migrant Worker, Undersecretary Patricia Yvonne Kaunan. So ang kanilang presence ay nagbigay daan para sa involvement ng Department of Migrant Workers at nagpalakas din po ng kanilang prospects for gender responsiveness. So additionally, the World Cafe po sa forum sa highlighting gender and ethical recruitment provided active participant engagement. Ang mga audience members po ay dinivide sa 3 rooms where they were able to, they had the opportunity to discuss 3 questions, namely, what are the standards and principles on fair and ethical recruitment? What are the responsibilities and merits of the recruitment industry for engaging in fair and ethical recruitment, and what are the challenges and opportunities for the recruitment agency in the future of work. So the dialogues between the experts and the participants from various sectors provided a holistic discussion on ensuring safe, orderly, and regular migration for women throughout their migration journey from recruitment to return and reintegration. So some of the insights that we generated, so of course the program provided diverse and varied insights on the efforts of various government agencies and international and civil society organizations sa migration landscape. They highlighted initiatives and legislations na nakatulong sa Pilipinas in protecting the welfare ng ating mga overseas Filipino workers and providing them with proper reintegration programs as they return to the country. The program also brought forth the challenges continuously faced by migration agencies, particularly in the enforcement of these laws, policies, and other legal frameworks. Of course, the program acknowledge the further improvements na kailangan po ng ating various sectors, especially with the enactment of the Department of Migrant Workers na nagbibigay ng opportunity para i-rebalance and maka-generate ng mas maraming initiatives that effectively advance gender-responsive migration governance. And standards and principles of fair and ethical recruitment should also include looking beyond domestic regulation and the development of the Code of Ethics to reinforce regulations to facilitate fair and ethical recruitment. So responsibilities and merits of the recruitment industry involve ensuring protection of migrant workers, such as their rights to healthcare and guaranteeing that recruitment agencies should seek and match the best migrant candidates for specific jobs. Next slide, makikita natin na with regards to the future of work, digitalization should be weaved into the recruitment process in providing labor market information and the training and capacity building of migrant workers. So exploring prospects for the Department of Migrant Workers in the context ng future of migration in the Philippines, there is need to guarantee mechanisms para ma-regulate ang recruitment and ma-ensure maka-ensure ng gender mainstreaming sa lahat ng aspects of the migration process. Dignified return and sustainable reintegration must also be extended to ensure economic self-sufficiency, social stability, and psychological well-being sa ating mga migrants. The Philippine migration governance should also include upskilling and multi-skilling of returnees so that they can be competitive and productive contributors of the local economy. Among the insights generated were the characteristics of a comprehensive OFW return and reintegration program, the factors for successfully return and reintegration. Dahil wala or as there is no one-size-fits-all reintegration process, it is imperative to understand the characteristics, skills, and needs of migrants as well as the opportunities in their communities for reintegration. So now we move to the recommendations and conclusions. How can the results be sustained? Well, localization is one of the major action points to ensure sustainability. As such, there should be similar capacity building activities that will be conducted among LGUs as they establish their respective migrant resource offices or MROs, which are mandated in the DMW Act. So these capacity building activities should increase the knowledge and skills of key local actors in facilitating a gender responsive migration governance throughout the migration cycle in their respective municipalities or cities. Ang decision para mag-migrate starts with the migrant. As such, there is need to foster an environment alongside the capacities of the key local actors in facilitating migration that is good for all and that leaves no one behind. So ultimately, the capacity building should provide an avenue for drawing a local level policy roadmap on migration governance. Additionally, capacity building initiatives on gender responsive migration governance can be sustained through digitalization of activities and opening access of these to various sectors and institutions. So ang pag-conduct na capacity building initiative na ito, pag-coordinate at pag-partner with relevant agencies will also lead to a re-echoing of conceptualizations of other activities that further explore other topics relevant to gender mainstreaming and gender responsive migration governance. Lastly, the Philippines prides itself for being globally recognized as having gold standard migration policies. Globally considered ng ibang mga bansa na ang Pilipinas ay may gold standard migration. However, there are still improvements that need to be continuously made as the country faces prevalent challenges in migration. So the enactment of the Department of Migrant Workers serves as an opportunity to rebalance and regenerate or generate more initiatives that effectively advance gender responsive migration governance and the prospect of gender mainstreaming in migration. Hence, there is a need para i-critically explore and i-analyze ang prospects for a gender-responsive migration governance throughout all stages ng migration cycle, and to bolster or strengthen ang gender responsiveness ng DMW as it joins the one country team approach in migration governance and aspires to become a one-stop shop for all migrants' concerns. With this, capacity building activities such as the migration and development with women, forging a gender responsive Philippine migration governance, provides a venue to para ma-foster or mag-foster ng discussions among various experts and participants from different sectors. So this instigates dialogues crucial sa pagdetermine ng ating mga best practices or policies and programs for OFWs, especially women migrant workers at all stages of the migration cycle. And for 21st century migration issues po, such as the future of the world of work in the digital age, the reintegration of aging migrant workers, as well as the development of skills for migrant reintegration. Ang Department of Migrant Workers ay ngayong operational and gradually gaining momentum sa pag-establish ng mga programs and policies natin. There is a need to set in motion more national and local capacity building activities, as well as other initiatives like research, conferences, group discussions, and forums that would continue to examine, deduce, and encourage holistic migration policies and gender responsive mainstreaming for all stages of the migration cycle. So ayun lang po ang aming presentation. Marami pong salamat once again.
Thank you, Miss Elora. Habang nag-share ka, ang dami kong tanong eh. Unang-una na yung kasi para sa akin highfalutin yung gender responsive migration governance. So parang siguro later kapag nasa question and answer na tayo, ano ba yung ibig sabihin nun? At kaninong yan? Kaninong area yan? Kasi doon sa participants, nakita ko yung kunyari mga NGOs, doon sa training natin, konti sila, no? So, hinahanap ko actually, nasan ang kababaihan doon sa efforts na ito. So, siguro, and siguro yung follow through, ano yung follow through natin from this and the recommendations that have been advanced from this activity. Ayan. So, nagbato-bato na ako para mapaghandaan na. Meanwhile, pwede na tayong tumuloy sa susunod na ating presenter. So, mula sa Luzon, balik tayo sa Visayas. Sana meron silang kuryente kasi yung ating isang yung galing sa Odyonga nagkaroon ng power interruption. Wala namang bagyo. So anyway, pakinggan naman natin ang Department of Social Welfare and Development, Field Office 8 sa kanilang pagbabahagi ng kanilang programang tinatawag na Kalahi Seeds, Field Office 8 Gender Agenda. Building alliance with TESDA to empower women in Almeria, Biliran. So, tinatawagan natin ang ating presenter, si Miss Juvie Tabon-Tabon, ang area coordinator ng Kalahi Seeds sa Biliran. So, bigyan natin ng pampaganang palakpakan si Miss Juvie. Go ahead, Miss Juvie.
Miss Juvie, wala po kayong audio?
Po, good afternoon. Narinig na po ako?
Ayan, rinig ka na po. Go ahead.
Okay, sige po. So, good afternoon po. Ako po si Juvie Tabon-Tabon from Area Coordinator ng Kalahi Seeds. Assign po ako dito sa Biliran. sa Biliran Province po dito sa Region 8. So, yung akin po i-present o i-share is yung aming good practice. Mag-share po muna ako.
Mukhang ayan na po.
Ito na po yung aking presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sige po. So, yung title po ng aking presentation is Kalay Seeds FO8 Gender Agenda, Building Alliance with TESDA to Empower Women in Almira, Biliran. So, yung magiging objectives ng aking presentation is kung paano namin po binigyan ng kapangyarihan o kakayahan yung mga kababaihan dito sa aming lugar sa isa mga barangays ng Almeria sa munisipyo ng Biliran. So, yung nakita po kasi namin na gap during sa aming implementation is sa mga community po, sa mga community, sa ating mga barangay, nandyan po yung paano ba matatanggap ng community yung kakayanan po ng kababaihan magtrabaho sa klase po ng trabaho na hindi usually ginagampanan ng babae. Yun pong tinatawag natin na non-traditional work. So, ibig sabihin po sa non-traditional work is yung trabaho na kumbaga, traditionally tinatrabaho ni lalaki, but dito is paano kami nakipag-collaborate sa TESDA na makaya din yun ng mga babae. Kasi yun isa sa mga challenges namin sa community as community mga workers is kung paano namin namomobilize yung barangay na mag-participate yung babae as women in paid labor during sa construction nila ng kanilang mga sub-project as intervention na sumasagot sa kanilang mga priority needs. So, before ako mag-detailed sa naging forged partnership namin with TESDA, bigay muna ako ng konting background sa aming program. So, bali po, Kalahi Seeds, ibig sabihin po ay kapit-bisig laban sa kahirapan, integrated delivery of social services. So, isa po siyang poverty alleviation program ng ating Philippine government na under po siya sa DSWD sa Department of Social Welfare and Development. So yung implementation approach na ginagamit ng Kalahi Seeds is through community-driven development. So ang nag-i-implement ng mga projects na in-identify din ng community is yung community mismo, yung mga volunteers. So, ang CDD din is nagbibigay tayo ng karapatan sa ating mga kababayan sa community, yung mga poor, tsaka yung mga vulnerable and marginalized sectors, lalo yung mga kababaihan, na maging part sila sa development process or yung planning process ng barangay, decision making, paano natin ini-involve yung kababaihan sa decision making. Kasi usually, yung nangyayari sa barangay, when we say decision making, nandyan lang yan sa mga barangay officials, sa mga leaders. But sa Kalahi Seeds, ini-ensure natin na may participation or may venue siya na may participation yung community, especially yung mga sectoral representatives, na mag-participate para sila tulong-tulong pag-identify kung ano yung kanilang priority needs para makabawas sa kahirapan ng barangay. And then, out sa kanilang na-identify na priority needs, diyan lalabas yung kanilang mga sub-project or intervention, tinuturuan din namin yung community, yung tinatawag na resource management. So, nagda-download yung funds yung government and then nagma-manage din yung community. So, of course, with the pag-coach, pag-guide ng staff ng Kalahi Seeds. So, yung program po is compliant din po sa department policies na nag-empower tayo sa community and yung sa gender and development. So, in accordance sa ating gender mainstreaming sa Kalahi Seeds, both binibigyan natin ng important role yung babae at saka lalaki. Sabi ko kanina, along planning, monitoring and evaluation, and of course, yung sa sub-project implementation. Diyan kasi kami medyo nagiging nakakamit ng challenges during sa project implementation. Kasi part kasi sa tinatawag na key performance indicator ng Kalahi Seeds is noong 2019 dapat yung workers yung workers sa pag-implement ng project, 25% dyan is babae. But dahil ngayon sa paniniwala sa community na yung kakayahan ng kababaihan magtrabaho sa yung tinatawag na traditional works for men, so sa kalalakihan lang. So dyan kami medyo nahihirapan pag-encourage sa community or pag-mobilize ng babaeng workers na tumulong mag-work sa kanilang construction kasi nga nandyan pa yung mentality natin sa ating community. So through this is naggawa ng initiative yung team at saka yung LGU, paano ba natin mabibreak yon notion na yung na kaya din ni babae na ma-mainstream natin yung gender sa implementation natin, lalo na sa pag-implement ng mga project. So that was sa LGU 2019 during sa pag-implement namin sa isang munisipyo sa Almeria, Biliran, yung piloting namin siya sa yung thematic concept. Marami kasing mga thematic na ibinigay yung Kalahi. And yung na-identify ng munisipyo is yung gender mainstreaming. So, paano ba natin may ensure na yung mataas yung maging participation ng mga babae, lalo na sa community identified implementation nila. So, yung ginawa po namin, along sa preparation ng implementation plan, nakipag-coordinate po kami sa TESDA. Ako as air coordinator, lumapit po ako sa TESDA kung ano po yung maitutulong nila na mabibigay na training sa mga kababaihan doon sa community. So that time, nagkataon po na yung TESDA, meron siyang available slot ng skills training. Yun nga, for men siya. So, like plumbing, masonry, carpentry, at tile setting. So, ipinasend po namin yung initiative ng LGU as to pagbigay sa kababaihan ng yung matuto din sila sa skills na yung usually lalaki lang nagtatrabaho. So, yun po, natuwa din po yung TESDA kasi naghahanap din po sila ng mga yung trainee, yung magkukuha sa kanilang slot. So, natuwa yung TESDA kasi first time din sila magpapatraining ng mga skills training na dapat lalaki, ibaba yung participant. So, yun po, nag-merge po. Nakuha namin yung skills training na slot nila, yung plumbing at saka masonry. Kasi that time, yung mga na-identified na mga sub-project or intervention sa barangay is yung construction po ng water system nila at saka yung construction ng drainage canal. So wala po kasing barangay nag-prioritize ng building, so hindi namin makukuha yung training ng carpentry at saka tile setting. So yun po yung dalawa yung aming nakuha po. So doon po nagsimula, yun po yung kaninang presentation. This is the MOA signing with the TESDA. Actually, nakipag-coordinate po din kami sa isang academy po dito sa Biliran, yung BIPSO. Kasi part din sa strategy is paano natin yung mentality ng community, paano nila malalaman yung kakayahan ng babae. So nakipag-coordinate po kami sa BEPSO, sila po yung nag-training sa community, yung sa gender sensitivity training. So nagbigay po kami ng training sa community para malaman sa community kung ano yung sa reproductive and productive roles ng kababaihan. So, yung nangyari po, so yung resulta po is yung mga babae na na-identified as training ng TESDA, at the same time, worker din po sila sa Kalahi Seeds na during sa implementation ng sub-project. So si TESDA po, since nagtitraining yung babae, so naka-receive din po sila ng NC2 certification kasi after po sa implementation, shoulder din po ng TESDA yung assessment. In-assess din po yung mga training, yung mga babae na nag-train. And then po, during sa turnover ng project, diretso din ng kababaihan, graduate nila sa TESDA. So meron din po kasi kaming nagiging problem sa community na yung community, yung sinasabi nila, pag nag-hire daw tayo ng mga babae sa ating construction ng project, nagiging cost sila ng delay kasi daw yung mga babae is mahina, hindi nila kaya yung trabaho. So dito po naipakita po namin na during sa aming implementation, yung Barangay Pili, yung kanilang project na water system, advance po sila ng 9 days sa original na calendar days. And then yung sa drainage canal is na-finish nila in 31 days. Advance din po sila sa target ng completion. So dito pa lang napakita namin sa community na hindi cost yung babae na mag-extend or ma-delay yung implementation. Kasi nga, mas malaki pang tulong pag may mga babaeng workers. Kasi pag ang babae nagtrabaho, talagang nagtatrabaho, hindi kaysa yung ibang mga lalaki pag nagtatrabaho nandiyan yung nagtatambay, nagsisigaret. So pag may mga babae, so nai-stop sila kasi nga yung babae is yung nagpapa-stop sa kanila sa pagtambay. So dahil sa aming initiative, nakuha namin yung standard namin na 25% na women in paid labor. Nakakuha po kami sa national attainment, nakakuha po kami ng 85% na participation rate ng women dito sa Almeria. So itong picture pong ito is isa itong demonstration paano tinuturuan yung mga nagtitraining sa pag-connect ng mga tubo. So before sila doon sa field, nagde-demo muna dyan sa barangay. So yun po yung ito naman po na pictures.
Walang picture eh.
Hindi nakita, ma'am?
Puro words lang yung nakikita ko.
Okay, sige po. Hindi siya nakita. Paano ba yan? Yung next naman na slides namin, may actually din siya pictures. So paano kaya namin mapapakita? Tinuturuan din sila is paano ang planning din na paggawa. So out of yung sa TESDA, since meron sang slot ng sa pag-training yung sa plumbing and masonry, so 51 heads yung na-training nila, 55% doon or 28 is women. So sa community, meron din mga lalaki na training nila kasi nga slot nila yung sa training. So 28 na babae yung aming na training. At the same time po, training sila sa TESDA, worker din sila sa Kalahi. So yung mga babae, nagre-receive din sila ng salary na 305. Since 2019, yung labor rate kasi sa Doli, that time is 305. So ngayon, 350 na. So kung ano yung salary na na-receive yung mga worker na lalaki, same din yung na-receive ng mga babae na mga worker sa Kalahi as laborer muna siya. Kasi nga, on-job training naman sila. So, yun po. Another is yung aming participation sa babae. Since ang Kalahi nag-implement by cycle 1, kasi nga hindi pa sa kanila yung idea na mag-hire ng women. So, 18 workers lang yung na-hire nila ng mga babae that time. But nung 2019, that is cycle 4 na sa Kalahi, sa Almeria, nag-increase po siya ng 65 dahil nga na-open na yung mind ng community na kaya talaga ni babae. Even yung mga babae, natatanggap na din nila nga kaya nila yung trabaho ng panlalaki. So, may mga challenges din kami na na-encounter along sa implementation kasi meron pa naman may time na yung babae hindi nakaka-attend. It's because marami yung trabaho nila sa bahay. Nandyan yung kailangan niya alagaan yung anak niya. May mga reproductive roles siya nga ginagampanan. So, may mga ganyan na mga issues. And then, yung stereotype, gender stereotype na yung kakayahan ni babae. But during sa aming nung nag-identify kami ng mag-training, during sa barangay assembly, nagre-recruit kami kung sinong gustong mag-training. So, doon nakita namin yung mga babae na ano talaga sila, yung pursigido magtrabaho, mag-participate. So, yun po ang naka-encourage po sa program na may mga babae talaga na interesado matrain yung nga sa tinatawag na non-traditional ng training. So, another success, during sa aming training, may mga volunteers talaga, mga mga workers talaga nga nagsasabi na na-enjoy nila yung pag-train, yung pagdugtong ng hose, natuto sila kung paano nila i-connect yung mga hose. So, yung lessons learned natin is yung ating mentality, yung ating idea na i-limit lang yung mga babae sa reproductive role. Dapat din natin i-widen na hindi lang din siya yun sa traditionally na mga skills sa babae, but kaya din nila yung tinatawag na traditional para mas mapalawak pa yung choices nila nga makapagtrabaho. So, yung naging ano din is si LGU naman po is nakipag-coordinate sa PESO, kay Public Employment Service Office, para yung mga na-train isda is matulungan din silang mahanapan ng trabaho. At siya yung recommendation, yung mga plumbers sa barangay, kasi nga yung project nila is water system, sila yung nagiging on-call na plumber, sila yung tumutulong sa barangay pag-maintain, kasi sabi nga nung mga naging training namin is, usually yung mga lalaki wala sa barangay, umaalis kasi naghahanap ng trabaho. So kung nasisira yung kanilang water system, nahihirapan sila mag-maintain. So since trained na sila, so hindi na sila mahirapan kasi sila na mismo yung nag-aayos ng kanilang water system. And then yung sa DSWD naman, recommendation is for future na at least mayroon din mga munisipyo nga maka-replicate sa initiative or strategy na ginawa ng Almeria para mabigyan natin yung kapangyarihan yung kababaihan na magtrabaho na hindi na tayo mahirapan magkuha ng workers na babae sa ating implementation ng project. Yun lang po at maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Miss Juvie. Usually yan sa trabaho ko, palagi kong hinahanap yung transformative. So ano ba yung transformative, 'di ba? Yung pagbabagong anyo. At nung lakas paggawa, in this case, no, sa kasong ito, pagbabagong anyo ng lakas paggawa. Kasi ang alam natin, ang may kakayanan lang nung mga term pa nga natin, mabigat na trabaho ay mga lalaki. Pero kapag nagte-training ako, ano yan palaging meron yung konsepto ng sex role and gender role. Ang sex role lang ang napakalimitadong listahan na kung ano ang nagagawa ng lalaki ay hindi nagagawa ng babae. At ano yun? 'Di ba? Yung mambuntis at ano pa ba? Parang yun lang no? Mag-contribute ng kanilang itlog, sperm cell, ganyan. At ano lang ba ang nagagawa ng babae na hindi kaya ng lalaki? Yung mabuntis, manganak, at magpasuso, no? Galing sa kanilang sariling bebe, ganyan. Yun lang. Isa na nagagawa ng lalaki at 3 na nagagawa ng babae ang hindi nagagawa ng kabilang sex. Parang, so palaging ganyan. Ang palagi kong ang tanong, pag sinabi mong hindi ang kaya ng babae, ang tanong ko palagi, sex organ ba ginagamit para i-perform, para isagawa yung trabaho na yan? Kung hindi, kaya yan ng babae. In fact, ang construction work ginagawa ng babae sa India, sa South Asia. May mga community na talagang pambabae ang construction work. No? So makikita natin na transformative itong project ninyo sa pagbabagong anyo na kaya ng babae ang trabahong sabi ng ating lipunan ay panglalaki. Tapos may nasabi ka kanina, same salary yung binibigay sa lalaki at sa babae. Nung sinabi mo sabi ko, aba dapat lang. Kasi 'di ba mas naman, anong tawag diyan, parehong trabaho naman yung ginagawa nila, 'di ba? Bakit? Ano magiging dahilan para bibigyan mo ng mas mataas na sweldo yung kalalakihan kung ikukumpara sa kababaihan, ganyan. Okay, so yung mga iba kong tanong at mga komento, siguro mamaya na lang. Tanungin ko na muna ngayon ang ating tech team kung nandito na ang ating presenter mula sa Odyongan. Yung kanina ay walang kuryente kaya hindi makapag-present.
Hello, Miss Cecilia. Yes po, andito na po si Miss Kay. Miss Kay, are you ready na po?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Apo.
sige.
Ma'am, okay,
yes,
Miss Kay, are you
salamat.
going to share your own slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. I'll stop share po.
Okay, salamat. Pero yung ano muna niya, yung picture muna niya. Joy, yung picture ni Miss Kay, yung kanyang magandang picture na may...
Apo, ma'am. Saglit lang po. Mahina po kalaban. Saglit lang, ma'am.
Para fair tayo. So, ayan. Pupunta na ngayon tayo sa Romblon, no? Pakinggan natin ang Local Council of Women ng Odyongan. At ang ibabahagi nila ay yung proyekto nilang pinamagatang Capacity Development Training for Sewing. Okay. Ang kanilang kinatawan sa hapong ito ay si Miss Kay Fermalo na nawalan kanina ng kuryente at buti na lang at bumalik. Siya ay kasapi ng Barangay Local Council of Women ng Budyong, Odyongan, Romblon. So, at dahil nakarating siya, bigyan natin si Miss Kay ng masigabong virtual clap. Go ahead, Miss Kay.
Hi again. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. At ako po ay masaya at isa akong presenter ngayon. I am Kay Fermalo, Local Council of Women President ng Odyongan. But first, let me introduce our organization. The Local Council of Women is a duly organized people's organization operating in the municipality and recognized and accredited by the local government.
Ma'am, English ba yan all throughout? Pwede bang may Tagalog o kung mas
Yes,
kaya mo?
ma'am. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Tuloy po natin. Thank you.
It is composed of women whose purpose is to represent the women's sector to the municipality's program, either socially or economically, and further, to promote gender equality and women empowerment. Isa po sa mga napunduhang proposal noong 2020 ay yung establishment of sewing machine. Sewing shop. Ito po ay isang livelihood para sa mga kababaihan na kung saan the sewing machines will be provided by the NGO. However, ang problema po ay yung training needs of the recipients and the raw materials. Kaya po yung LCW ay nag-propose that the GAD fund be appropriated for the training of sewers and raw materials for this project. And the rest will be allocated to the purchase of additional units of sewing machines.
Miss Kay, may I ask po, paki-full lang po yung slide. Okay na po ba? Ay, sige ma'am, okay na po yan.
Here are the women of our organization from the different barangays of the municipality. At marami po sa kanila ay kabilang sa marginalized sector. Walang permanenteng pinagkakakitaan, pirmi lang sa bahay, walang trabaho. So again, the local council, para matulungan ang mga kababaihang ito, introduces a program. And this program is the capacity training, development training for sewing. This program is a collaboration of the Local Council of Women, the local government unit as our funding partner, and the Romblon National Institute of Technology being the facilitator of the program. It is also participated by the selected 25 women of the different barangays of Odyongan. This training will help the 25 women in producing high quality, locally made products needed in everyday living. Katulad po ng mga cloth bags na usong-uso ngayon, mga rugs, shorts, pajamas, dusters, mga cortina, mga pillow covers, gowns, and other related items. At ito rin po ay magbibigay sa kanila ng employment na tutulong sa kanilang financial needs. It will also showcase their sewing skills and make them productive, as well as improve their economic, emotional, and social well-being. This will provide livelihood for the women. Aming ini-expect na at the end of the training, ang aming mga participants ay they were be able to make their own products. And from these products, ay mag-earn sila ng additional income for their family. Ma-uplift din ng kanilang personality. And magkakaroon sila ng partisipasyon sa komunidad. Magkakaroon ng kumpiyansa at respeto sa mga sarili. And above all, ay magiging organisado ang kanilang grupo. With regards to the implementation, the Romblon National Institute of Technology will train the students through their skilled personnel regarding their desired training, discipline, and proper behavior. And it is a combination of lecture and hands-on activities and demonstration. Of course, the trainees will be assessed through their performance. One of our partner also is Department of Trade and Industry. They will be supplying the sewing kits for the participants. Narito po ang aming mga participants during the training proper. They are always on the go with the process. Nakafocus at determinadong matuto. Regarding their finished products, it's beautiful and cute. Di po ba? Meron pa rin pong requirements ang mga participants namin. They will be assessed as basis in evaluating the change in the level of knowledge of participants. In regards with the effectiveness of the course, conduciveness of the venue, and efficiency of the trainer. And meron ding a certificate of completion in situ na i-issue sa mga participants who pass the training. Our resource requirements, manpower, of course, the ARNET staff, the LGU, and the LCW of Odjongan. The facilities and equipment consist of the sewing machines and the training center, and the training material, training schedule, attendance and assessment form, and the sewing kit. During the training, ang amin pong participants ay naka-encounter din ng mga challenges that includes the following: restricted on health protocols. Since we are still in the pandemic, ang movement ng aming mga participants are limited. Next, economic issues on family and their relationship. Sa kadahilanang ang karamihang mga participants ay nanay, yung kanilang tulong sa pamilya ay nawala pansamantala. Naging kulang ang tahanan, walang nag-aalaga sa mga bata at sa kanilang asawa. Nagkaroon ng gap financially and emotionally. Next, individual differences among the participants. Yung mga participants ay galing sa iba't ibang barangay and they differ in each other, in their nature and in their breeding. At meron ding participants na matagal matuto. But these participants overcomes these challenges through frequent reminder of the LCW to observe strictly health protocols by wearing masks, washing their hands, and maintaining cleanliness in the surrounding, to add the use of alcohol. Some of the allowances they receive ay iniiwan nila sa kanilang pamilya. We have also frequent visitation and close monitoring of the participants from the LGU representative. Ang aming mga participants, we advised and reminded them to be more patient and understand each other, lalo na kung kaunting diferensya lang naman, and to help each other. Our community organizer and LCW officer formed them into group that will help those slow learners. Sa bawat marunong, isa ang aasistihan nila. So until assessment period, pwede na silang isalang sa huling pagsusulit. Sa kabila ng mga challenges na ito na na-encounter ng aming mga participants, masigasig pa rin ang aming mga participants dahil sa kanilang dedikasyon. Sila po ay seryoso na matuto at magamit yung kanilang matutunan. Meron po silang desire to improve their financial status. Meron silang adikain na maging productive na mamamayan at maging service to the community. Sabi pa nga ng isang participant, siya ay nagpasalamat sa kanyang trainer. Ang sabi niya, malaking tulong ito sa kanya at ngayon ay nagagamit niya dahil meron na siyang nagagawa. Ito po si May Ibabaw, isa sa mga participants ng sewing training na kung saan meron na siya ngayong small business. At present po, meron siyang kasama na isang sewer na. Gumagawa na sila ng mga rugs, blouses and shorts, bed covers, pillowcases, pot holders. At as a matter of fact, she had also orders from the neighborhood and other barangays. And dahil yung kanilang grupo ay organisado na, sila ay na-register na sa DOLI at na-recognize, na-accredit na ng local government unit. At sa dahilang ito, they can present the needed assistance, for the organization. To sustain their organization, ang LCW ay will give assistance as capital to God Fund and monitor them. Encourage them to make their proposal. Actually, the LCW officers ay nagkaroon ng training in making proposals and bookkeeping last September 29 to October 3. And ito ay alam ko na makakatulong ito ng malaki sa pagsisimula ng kanilang grupo. More trainings will be given to equip their skill. In fact, the DTI have already contacted us for the joint training in making curtains para po ito ay isusupply nila sa Manila. At ito pong training na to ay mag-i-start sa Lunes until Friday, na kung saan karamihan doon sa participants sa training ay sila din ang magti-training dito sa making of curtains. Ang karamihang, ang mga kababaihan ay na-realize na dedication, commitment, and unity will make things possible. Sabi ng aming focal person for Women's Affairs, kung merong mangunguna sa mga gawain, ang iba po ay susunod. And in order to monitor their organization, ang LCW po will have regular meetings for plannings. In conclusion, through this training, women are engrossed with knowledge and skills. At napatunayan ko yan dahil yung isa naming participants ay ipinapakita na niya kung ano ang kanyang natutunan. And therefore, they are ready to apply what they learned to improve their living. That's my presentation of the program. But gusto ko rin pong ipakita sa inyo yung aming mga practices. We have quarterly meetings. Although since the creation of our organization, the local council, even during pandemic, the meeting continues. And this is for program updating and more planning. We have also celebration of Women's Month together with the induction of the officers. The women also participated in the provincial celebration of women, the Women's Convention. And this event stirred up the women's participation in the community and activities and resulted to financial empowerment and engagement in the issues concerning the development of the family and society. The women, their achievements are recognized in this celebration. We have also the creation of the Barangay Local Council of Women for the 25 barangays of the municipality. Ang amin pong grupo, ang aming organization have also attended such trainings like digital training, digital literacy training. Alam po natin ngayon, we are in the digital world at dapat po makasabay ang mga kababaihan. At the end, women will be rewarded as they develop the basic skill in computer. Next, we have a livelihood training. We teach our women on how to prepare delicious homemade cooked meals without straining their budget and introduce an alternate way of money from home earnings through cooking and baking. And we also have the capacity development training for LCW officers. And this, our women were capacitated in making project proposals and bookkeeping in which kailangan ito nila sa pag-umpisa ng kanilang grupo. Ang LCW of Ujongan also have seminars attended. We have the virtual seminar from the Commission on Human Rights and the webinar. Know, Juana, know your legal rights. Our organization also had conducted the 18-day End Vow campaign from the 10 barangays of the municipality. And last, we have also the calendar of activities, our plans and programs. Since the creation of the organization, paragi po namin nililayout ito. And we are, 2 taon pa lang po kami. And we have these plans and programs from 2021 and the 2022 program. Sa aking pagtatapos, gusto kong i-cite ang sinabi ni Beyonce, we need to reshape our perception on how we view ourselves. We have to step up as women and take the lead. This is Kay Fermalo. And that's my presentation. Good afternoon po sa lahat.
Maraming salamat, Miss Kay. Bigyan natin si Miss Kay ng masigabong palakpakan. Okay, gusto ko yung huli mong sinabi, reshape. Kasi
Yes.
pagbabagong anyo rin yan sa Tagalog eh. No?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
kung ako yung pagka sinabi kasing gender and development, gender mainstreaming, kailangan talagang may elemento ng pagbabagong anyo.
Yes,
No?
ma'am.
Okay. So, ma'am, may sinabi ka kanina ha, kaya nyo to ginagawa itong mga ganitong programa kasi sabi mo, sinulat ko. Lagi
Yes.
lang bahay ang mga babae, walang trabaho. Again, baguhin po natin yan. Kasi ang babae palagi may trabaho. Ang trabaho sa bahay, ubos, hindi natatapos. So, wala lang siyang...
Wang sweldo.
Correct. Okay. Okay.
Correct.
Miss Joy, ang ating tech, Miss Techie Joy, pwedeng
Yes, ma'am.
palagay na siya bilang makita ko ang video ng mga participants natin. Kasi pupunta na tayo sa ating Q&A. Yung sinabi mo ma'am kanina, Miss Kia, yung make them productive. Women are productive. It's just that. Tatagalogin ko.
More productive siguro, ma'am. More productive.
Hindi, productive tayo. Kaya lang walang kita. Kaya parang hindi 'di ba? Ang tingin nagmamarites lang pero sa totoo lang habang nagmamarites,
Hindi makita na productive.
Yes. Tapos yung ano natin, sinulat din natin, we want to earn additional income for the family. Sana pagka sinabi nating reshape o kaya transform, yung additional income parang wag ganon kasi parang dapat yan matuto ang mga babae na kumita na kumita para sa kanila, no? Hindi lang sa para madagdagan
pamilya,
sa kanila, 'di ba? Ganyan.
Okay.
Okay. So gusto kong makita yung sa open forum na tayo. To ask a question, sabi kung may itatanong kayo, taas lang kayo ng kamay, tapos tatawagin ko po kayo kapag nakita kong nakataas yung kamay ninyo. At kung maaari, kung kaya naman, mag-type. Kasi yung mga naka-type na dito, malamang yun ang una kong mababasa. Ganyan. Tapos kung kanino kayo nagtatanong, pakisabi na lang kung para kanino yung tanong. Ano po? Miss Joy, yung video nung mga yung tanggalin na natin kung share.
Okay yan.
Para makita ko yung yung lahat.
Wala yung
Ayan, gallery. So naka-gallery view ako, nakikita ko yung lahat. Okay. So
Ang date naman doon, nilagay ko yung date sa unang kwan.
Okay. Miss Kay, minute ka ni ni Miss Joy. Kasi nakakamaritas kami dyan sa pinag-uusapan nyo. Anyway, punta na tayo doon sa mga tanong para sa mga presenters natin. So para kay sino-sino yung ating mga presenter? Si Miss nawala. Si Miss Josephine, Kay, Janet, Elora, and Juvie. Okay. So para sa unang tanong kay Miss Josephine, meron dito doon po sa mga bank books, pinapapirma pa po ba sila ng consent form na kasama sa pag-analyze ang pagtingin sa bank books nila? Hindi ko po actually naintindihan yung tanong. Pero baka naintindihan ni Miss Josephine?
Yes po. Am I loud and clear, ma'am?
Yes, very.
Ayan po. Sige po. Doon po sa tanong natin na yun, yun pong mga bank books ng mga beneficiary natin, ito po ay paraan ng pag-monitor sa kanila. At yes po, yun pong aming pagkakaroon ng bank book ay meron silang consent dahil sila po ang may hawak ng bank book natin. And then, yung amin pong mga kapartner na cooperative bank, halimbawa po, Rural Bank of Kasiguran. So, nino-notify po muna yung ating mga president, at yung ating community facilitator bago po sila mag-withdraw para po guided po yung ating grupo at yun pong ating mga community facilitator bago po sila mag-withdraw, mag-deposit. Ganyan po. So may consent po sila.
Okay. Tapos yung isa pong tanong, ano yan? These MCCT groups who were in the savings program, are they women or both women and men?
Ayan, sige po. More of women beneficiaries po, though meron po tayong mga 5 to 10% po na mga father grantees due to various factors. Halimbawa po, mga solo parent, yung mga tatay, o kaya naman po mga widowed po yung mga tatay, or meron din po tayo na mga circumstances na yun pong mga tatay natin ang nagiging head, kumbaga sila na rin yung nagiging grantee natin kasi wala na po yung mother doon sa bahay. So, more of women, but meron din po tayo mga several na father grantees.
Okay, at ang tanong na ito ay galing ulit kay Tatis Samson. Okay, anong effect or effects ng economic empowerment of the project sa buhay ng babaeng beneficiary? Anong nabago sa dati nilang kondisyon? At alam niyo po, yan din yung tanong ko na sinulat sa papel na ito. Sabi ko, may naganap bang pagbabago ng pananaw sa mga gawaing bahay man lang? Go ahead po.
Ayan po, yes po. Dahil nabanggit ko po kanina, meron tayo mga solo parents na father grantee. So I would like to cite an example. Meron po tayong isang father grantee from Dinalungan po ito. So siya po ay ang circumstansya po nila ay iniwanan po sila ng nanay ng pamilya dahil nakahanap po ng ibang partner, ganyan. So ngayon po, itong father grantee po natin na ito, siya na po ang nag-manage ng family's finances. So, noong una pong mga pinupuntahan namin siya, ang kanya pong bahay, parang kulungan lang po ng baboy, So, dahil nga po sa natuto siya sa ating mga community family development sessions, nagkaroon din po siya ng mga learnings mula po sa sharing ng kapwa niya beneficiaryo, At natuto po siya kung paano mapaunlad yung kanila pong pamilya. So, si tatay, ginawa na rin po niya yung kanyang role na maging nanay. Siya na rin po yung nag-guide sa kanyang mga anak kung paano po makapag-aral, makapagtapos. And then siya na rin po yung nag-manage ng finances para mula po dun sa parang kulungan ng baboy na tahanan nila. Naging konkreto po yung kanilang bahay. Okay. So another example din po dito sa tinatawag natin na breaking the glass ceiling po So yung ating pong parehas na father and mother grantees, nabigyan po natin sila ng mga livelihood opportunities para po ma-enhance yung kanilang capabilities, At yung equal opportunities po to work on their resources. Halimbawa po, yun nga po, yung pag-aalaga po ng baboy. Alam po natin, ito ay gawain lamang ng mga tatay. Pero alam niyo po, kung makikita niyo rin po sa mga testimonies at yung mga success stories na na-share ko kanina, yung mga nanay po natin, sila po yung mga naging aktibo, na nag-engage sa ganitong practice, sa ganitong livelihood, At kung saan, yung ating mga mother grantees, nabigyan natin sila ng opportunity na magkaroon ng financial security. Kasi yung kita po ng savings mobilization, halimbawa po doon sa pag-aalaga ng baboy, sila po ang humahawak noon. So dahil po meron silang hawak, na pera, may kita po sila, nag-i-increase din po ito ng safety nets ng pamilya. Kumbaga, yung kita po ng tatay, pwedeng sa pag-asaka, pwedeng sa pangingisda, ito po yung ginagamit ng buong pamilya para po sa kanilang pangunahing pangangailangan. Pero, yun pong naiipon ni nanay, na kita ng pamilya, ito po yung ginagamit nila sa kanilang safety net at ito na po yung savings ng pamilya. Na kumbaga, yun pong mga nanay natin, yung mga tatay natin, natututo po sila ano po, sa kanilang mga karanasan. At syempre, yung building po, nagbi-build po tayo ng culture, ng inspiration, ano po, para magkaroon tayo makaani tayo ng mga kwento na po ng gender inclusivity sa pagitan po ng ating mga father at mother grantees. Alam niyo po, sa mga IP communities, mataas ang regard ng mga tao sa mga tatay. Dahil po ang mga grantees natin ng savings mobilization ay puro po mga IP women, ano po. So nagkaroon po sila ng leveraging, ano po, ng kanila pong kapasidad. Kaya pala nila. Kumbaga, hindi lang po mga tatay, hindi lang po mga husbands ang may kayang gawin yung mga ginagawa nila. So yun po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, maraming salamat, ma'am. May isa pa. Sino po
Apo.
ang nangangasiwa sa savings program at nag-i-interest po ba ang nasa-save ng bawat member?
Ayan, yun pong ating mga bank accounts ano po ng ating mga beneficiary. Yung kanya-kanyang grupo po nila ang nagmamanage noon. So dahil po ang kanila pong mga savings ay nakalagay sa bangko, ano po, ito po ay minomonitor na lang. Minomonitor, kumbaga, binibigyan na lang din po ng mga technical assistance ng ating mga community facilitator. At tama po, nag-i-interest po yung kanilang mga savings. Na po, dahil nagagamit po nila sa iba't ibang mga proyekto na kanila pong gusto, yun pong kanilang mga savings. So nag-i-interest po ito.
Okay, very good. Thank you. At bato ko naman yung mga susunod na tanong para kay Ate Joy. Sa tindahan ni Ate Joy. Okay? For Miss Janet, merong tanong dito sa chat box. Yung tindahan po ba ni Ate Joy para lang sa mga taga-QC?
Good afternoon po. Staff po ako ni Ma'am Janet. Bali, nasa meeting lang po siya today. Regarding po dyan sa question, yes po, para lang po sa mga citizen ng Quezon City para po mabawasan ng mga unemployed solo parent ng Quezon City.
Okay. Sino po itong kausap namin? At pwede po bang makita ng video? Para naman ma-recognize ka, ma'am. Ayan.
Pichi Ronyo, staff po ni Ma'am Janet.
Pichi.
Pichi po.
Pichi. Thank you, Miss Pichi. Ayan. Tapos meron pa daw additional question. Galing kay Miss Nanita Endik ba to? Okay. Ano po ang other services ng tindahan ni Ate Joy aside sa tindahan po?
Ang ibang serbisyo po ng tindahan ni Ate Joy ay bali, sila po ang mga kinatawan sa baba ni Mayor Joy Belmonte sa mga programa ng ating butihing mayor. Meron po kaming free birth registration sa health services din para kunwari pag may magtanong po sa kanila, ano-ano po ba yung mga programa ni Mayor Joy. Ini-echo po ng mga tindera natin. Dumadaan po sila sa orientation, ipinapaliwanag po namin to sa kanila kung ano yung mga services ng ni Mayor Joy Belmonte. Tapos meron din po kaming mga ine-endorso sa kanila like Lazada, GCash Station, Loading Station. Yun po yung mga ibang serbisyo ng tindahan ni Ate Joy.
Ang galing. Ano rin siya? Tumatayo rin siyang political network.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, women politicians should learn from this because ba't ako nag-in-English? 'Di ba? Habang tinutulungan mo ang mga kababaihan, 'di ba? Talagang pinapalakas mo rin yung iyong political capital. Pakisabi kay Mayor, congratulations. Okay,
Thank you so much po.
Meron sinabi kanina kasi si Miss Janet, sabi niya hindi dole out ang tindahan ni Ate Joy.
Yes, ma'am.
Meron ba itong repayment?
Wala naman. Wala po, ma'am. Bali, ang gusto lang po ni Mayor Joy is sumunod sila sa proseso, matend ang mga orientation para rin po ma-enhance ang kanilang mga knowledge about business, entrepreneurship 101, basic training, kung paano pang pagpapalago ng negosyo, hindi lang sari-sari store. Umaangat sila kung ano yung pwedeng pang idagdag sa kanilang mga tindahan.
Ano yung success rate ng mga beneficiaries?
From sari-sari store, nag-a-add na sila ng mga loading station, yung mga ini-endorso namin. Tapos meron din silang yung ibang mga nagiging karinderya. Nadadagdagan po yung kanilang mga paninda. Tapos yung mga nagkakaroon na rin sila ng mga beverages like Coke, yung mga soft drinks. Kasi doon po sa binibigay namin is wala pong mga soft drinks. So parang from time being, nadadagdagan po yung kanilang mga paninda.
Okay, thank you. Maganda yung sagot mo no? Yung success rate. Meron bang mga nalalagas?
Yes, ma'am. Meron
Yung
naman po,
last one.
lalo na nung naging pandemic, nagamit po nila sa kanilang mga personal na pangangailangan.
So mula doon sa total na binigyan pre-pandemic, ilan pa rin yung buhay ngayon?
So far, as of this moment, meron naman po kami nabigyan na 2,000 plus. So more or less mga 80%. Medyo umangat din naman po. Na-reach out din namin yung percentage ng mga successful pa naman.
Okay, Miss Peachy, actually nasagot mo na yung susunod at huli kong tanong Ano ang impact ng COVID, no? At ano yung adjustments na ginawa? So may adjustments kayong ginawa, of course.
Meron po talaga, ma'am. Like lang pumili po kami kagaya ni Ate Flora, yung aming nasa video. Binigyan po namin siya ulit ng isang set ng paninda.
Nag-replenish kayo kumbaga.
Yes, ma'am. Kasi isa siya sa mga from 2014 up to now, nakatayo pa rin yung paninda niya. Nalulugi, hindi. Andiyan pa rin siya.
Oo. Okay. Saka maganda yung maganda siyang parang poster girl.
Yes.
ng tindahan ni Ate Joy. Okay. Sige, maraming salamat.
Thank
Ate
you so
Joy.
much po.
So, punta tayo sa susunod na yung mga gustong magtanong pwede kayo mag-type o kaya magtaas ng kamay. Buti na lang may pondo na tayong mga tanong. Kung hindi, katulad kahapon, tahimik na naman tayo at naghihintay hanggang 4:40 kung kailan babalik tayo sa plenary. Buti ngayon medyo buhay. Okay, punta tayo kay Miss Elora, ang ating migration. May tanong dito. For CFAL presenter, anong ibig sabihin exactly ng digitalization of service of activities? Pwede ba kayo mag-share ng specific constraints o problema na tinalakay to move the Department of Migrant Workers for a gender-responsive migration? What specific recommendations, policies, actions related for women migrant workers? Salamat, Tatis, kasi parang tanong ko yan andito rin sa papel. Go ahead, Miss Elora.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Celian. Thank you po, Mr. Tati Samson, for your questions po. So, by digitalization of activities, this pertains sa pag-provide namin ng alternative methods through online means. So, para makapagdala ng learning resources at mapalawak ang dialogo natin tungkol sa migration or gender-responsive migration governance. So, through yung digital means po, nagawa naming palawakin yung audiences natin and of course, reach yung mga dialogues tungkol sa women migrant workers sa mga webinars and forums natin at conferences na aming pinatupad, nagagawang makipabahagi po ang ibang migrant workers mula sa iba't ibang parte ng mundo. So, nakakapag-invite din kami ng mga international experts which helps our local and national agencies such as the DMW to strengthen their pillars and advocacies po. So, yun po yung ibig sabihin po ng ating digitalization. Tapos, kung ilan po yung mga issues na aming naibahagi sa DMW, ito lang po yung mga examples po. So, yung pag-adopt ng Montreal Recommendations and ng IRIS or yung International Recruitment Integrity System Standards into policies for recruitment ng ating mga migranteng magtatrabaho. Tapos, kung ano-ano po yung mga pros and cons ng iba't ibang recruitment systems po. So, tulad po ng ating government-to-government or G2G recruitment. Ano nga po yung mga ibang future ano nga ba ang future of work, which is yung pagbabago ng ating mga demand sa trabaho in this digital age. So ito yung may mawawalang trabaho dahil sa digitalization, such as yung sa service sector natin. And of course, tinalakay din po natin kung ano po yung maaring future na ating mga tumatanda or yung mga aging migrants natin na bumabalik dito sa ating bansa. Yung overall goal po ng aming programa is series po siya. So ito po yung aim po namin is makapag-provide ng avenue para ma-increase yung knowledge and awareness ng ating mga policymakers and government offices working with OFW. So pagkakaroon ng dialogo para makatulong sa ating women migrant workers at makatulong din sa ating national government officers or offices para makaisip ng mga polisiya na makakatulong sa ating mga migranteng magtatrabaho.
So yung participants ng ating capability building activities, napansin ko mostly of course government, no? Pero sabi mo dialogue between migrant workers and government, ganyan. Paano tayo pumipili ng mga participants at paano natin na sisigurado na naririnig yung boses ng talagang mga migranteng manggagawa?
Actually po, Ms. Cecilia, yung aming mga capacity building activities, we open it, some of them are open to the public po. So para po makapag-interact po ang ating public audiences sa ating mga speakers, especially sa mga Q&A po natin. So we also make sure to invite not only yung government agencies but bridge out to mga local government units natin, sa ating mga academe, and yung mga other migration networks natin who help and who are at the backbone in our migration policy making po.
Okay. Sa pagnanais ko na hilahin tayo papunta dun sa sinasabi nating transformation, no, yung pagbabagong anyo. Napansin ko kasi talagang syempre dahil na rin siguro nabuo yung Department of Migrant Workers, no, talagang ang direksyon ng gobyerno natin ay talagang migration for work, no? Ganyan. Tapos ano yung mga insights natin? Kasi kung tatawagin natin siyang gender responsive migration governance, meron ba tayong at least isa, na konkretong masasabi na rekomendasyon kung papaano yung transformation na nakakatugon doon sa gender issues sa migration na talagang matutugunan ng mga activities na appropriate ito?
Sorry, Ms. Cecilia, can you repeat yung question po? Sorry.
Kakaasar ka naman, ang haba nun eh. Okay, sige. Ano yung konkretong recommendation na gusto natin talaga na i-push para sa transformation bilang ang tawag natin dyan ay gender responsive migration governance? Kasi sa lahat ng mga kwento na yung pag-uusap natin tungkol dito ngayong hapon, hinahanap ko pa rin yung gender responsive or yung transformative na agenda nitong proyektong ito.
Okay, so po kasi pag sinabi po natin na gender responsive migration governance, yung ibig po natin sabihin is gumagawa tayo ng mga programa at policy na tumutugon po sa mga contribution ng ating mga women migrant workers. So dito sa ating bansa, pati sa ibang bansa na kanilang pinagtutunguhan po. So ito yung mga contributions po ay economic, political, and pati social and contribution. So pag sinabi natin gender responsive, yung governance natin or yung mga policy at programa natin is responsive towards yung sa mga kailangan po ng ating mga women at saka also men, inclusively naman po sa lahat. In terms of yung mga gusto natin i-push with the DMW, of course, sa mga capacity building programs po natin, we make sure to highlight, let's say, recruitment until the reintegration po ng ating mga women migrants. Of course, kahit naman po na we are pushing policies at saka mga programa para mapaayos yung ating migration cycle or para po sa ating mga migrante, we can still see po na majority po ng ating mga migrant workers are still women and they are still in elementary work or elementary occupations, which put them susceptible or mas vulnerable po sila in sa forced labor or mga modern slavery as well as trafficking. So with this capacity buildings, we want to include or incorporate and also involve the DMW into conversations po with other organizations like international organizations or civil society organizations to look at migration in its full cycle and to also bring about kailangan ng ating mga babaeng migrante. We look at yung mga provision ng health rights po, particularly yung reproductive health rights or ng ating mga women migrant workers, and yung the government and recruitment agencies should also examine po yung standards ng destination countries na ating mga migrant workers, at also tingnan po natin yung mga yung ating aging migrants. So we aim po na sana we can facilitate discussion or foster discussion po, especially in terms of also reskilling and upskilling na ating mga migrant workers. So through our capacity buildings, in-involve din po namin of course yung ibang different agencies and yung mga programs nila for reintegration. Let me just pull up po, for example, yung sa National Commission on
Laura, ayan. Actually, gusto kong tanungin ko ano yung gold standard sa migration policy, pero wag na lang kasi meron na lang tayong 23 minutes na nalalabi para dito sa panel discussion na ito, at meron pa tayong mga ibang tanong. May nagtanong po rito, paano daw ba makakasali sa Women's Strong Network yung nag-present po kahapon. Sinabi po kahapon ni Miss, hindi ko na matandaan ang pangalan niya, na pwede kayong pumunta sa Facebook. Hanapin po ninyo yung Women's Strong Network sa Facebook. At sabi po nila walang bayad ang membership dito sa Women's Strong Network. So punta po tayo doon sa susunod nating question. Teka, mabalik tayo sa Quezon City. May dalawang question pa dito. Laura, ayan. Actually, gusto kong tanungin ko ano yung gold standard sa migration policy, pero wag na lang kasi meron na lang tayong 23 minutes na nalalabi para dito sa panel discussion na ito, at meron pa tayong mga ibang tanong. May nagtanong po rito, paano daw ba makakasali sa Women's Strong Network yung nag-present po kahapon. Sinabi po kahapon ni Miss, hindi ko na matandaan ang pangalan niya, na pwede kayong pumunta sa Facebook. Hanapin po ninyo yung Women's Strong Network sa Facebook. At sabi po nila walang bayad ang membership dito sa Women's Strong Network. So punta po tayo doon sa susunod nating question. Teka, mabalik tayo sa Quezon City. May dalawang question pa dito. Ay na-identify, Miss Peachy.
Regarding po dun sa mga beneficiary namin ng tindahan ni Ate Joy, dumadaan po sila sa proseso, ma'am. Pinagpapasa po namin sila ng mga requirements like solo parent ID. Paano sila makakakuha ng solo parent ID? Ini-interview po muna sila ng mga social worker to identify kung talaga po sila ay isang solo parent, walang kinakasama, solo lang po sa buhay. May visitation po kasi yung mga social worker natin, ma'am, dito sa Quezon City. Kaya pagka nakapag-present po sila sa amin ng solo parent ID, medyo kampante na po kami na isa silang solo parent.
Oo, kahit dito sa Maynila, merong registration ng mga solo parent.
Yes.
At sa barangay, yung barangay yung nagpapa-register kasi syempre mas kilala nila kung solo parent nga talaga yung isang tao o hindi. At ano daw ang inyong sustainability
Kalahi. Para itutuloy namin.
Kasi ang tanong ko rin na susunod, ano ang efforts ng mga agencies na involved dito para i-replicate? Kasi nga as I've mentioned kanina, 'di ba, transformative initiative. Meron bang efforts para
so far sa ngayon, ma'am, wala pa akong i-share kung ano yung maging effort, but based sa ginawa namin yung pakipag-coordinate namin sa TESDA, medyo kailangan lang yung timing kung makipag-coordinate kami sa TESDA kasi kailangan yung availability ng slot nila at yung timing din na may download na funds yung barangay para kung i-replicate yung naging initiative namin, magsasabay na magti-training sila as on-job training doon sa implementation ng project. But as to the municipality po, in terms po yung sa mga women in paid labor, nakagawa po yung munisipyo, but ngayon is talagang pina-follow na kasi in-ordinance na siya ng munisipyo na nag-hire na talaga sila ng mga babae. At yun po ang inadapt na strategy ng munisipyo from the Kalisids na CDD na approach po.
Okay, maraming salamat. Actually, kapag ka rin ako nag-a-advise sa mga proyekto, kahit na mga construction or infra projects yan, sasabihin ko, lagyan ninyo ng polisiya ang project ng affirmative action measure para mag-hire talaga ng mga kababaihan. Para daw kay Miss Kay, ang isang goal nyo ay active community participation, 'di ba, ng local women's council. Paano yung livelihood project nakaambag sa inyong community participation? Go ahead, ma'am. Gawin natin siyang tungtungan para mabigyan ng boses sa pagdedesisyon, lalo na sa bahay, ang mga kababaihan. Kasi sinasabi nga natin, ang huling frontier, ang huling kaya nating gibain, no? Yung paggawa ng desisyon sa bahay ay talagang naiiwan pa rin sa mga kalalakihan. So wag nating kalilimutan yung transformative nature, yung pagbabagong anyo ng ating lipunan para talagang mabuwag yung hindi pagkakapantay-pantay na yan. Kaya kapag tayo, dito importante yung monitoring and evaluation. Kapag tayo ay nag-evaluate ng ating mga programa, wag lang yung ina-assess natin ay yung venue, yung course at yung trainer. Kasi input, ano lang yan, ina-assess lang natin kung gaano kaganda, kagaling yung input natin. Hanggang activity lang. Sana tinitignan din natin may evaluate work. Okay, sabi ni Joy, yan po yung synthesis natin. So again, kapag po tayo ay nagkakaroon ng mga proyekto at programa, kung tayo man ay kalahok o kung tayo man ay nagde-design o nag-i-implement ng ating proyekto, huwag nating kalimutan yung transformation o pagbabagong anyo ng lipunan dahil sa kung ano man yung ginagawa natin. Tutungtungan natin yung ginagawa natin para makaambag tayo